And we are live. Hello, hello. Hope you guys had a great weekend. Thank you so very much for sticking with me. Sorry for the change of time last night. It's how things roll every now and then. Okay, I see Jordan is saying 5x5. It should be on my end. It looks full screen on my end. So y'all let me know if there's any issues with the video. But thank you for asking, Judy. The boys were good, but sometimes, yeah, mom duty comes first. They got to have friends over for a sleepover, and they had a full day of basketball and whatnot. And that's just the way things go sometimes. So you cherish those moments, definitely. Well, I hope you guys are comfy, cozy, uh, in the right frame of mind for what's going to be a really solid discussion this evening, because it's going to be one of hopefully many discussions on this topic. It's hard to really break this down in just a headline, to be completely honest with you. And I'm very methodical, if you haven't picked up on that yet. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. And I think that's probably why, even though every single day I talk about my theories with all sorts of folks on all sorts of platforms, that it's so hard to condense it down in one, just put it on paper. And so I appreciate you guys for kind of being the guinea pigs alongside me as as we start to just talk this out together. So thank you. Uh, we're all going to just check our suppositions and preconceived notions. Okay, let's make this agreement together about Charlie Kirk and TPUSA, and maybe even our government at the door tonight. Can we agree to that? Can y'all drop a 1 in the chat if you agree? I'm not going to ask you to do it for too long, but at least just for the sake of the conversation. So let's think about it. A rising star in the conservative movement. Okay, someone who had captured the youth's attention on college campuses across the country, using social media in a way that really had not been tapped into before. He had this charisma with a side of combativeness, encouraging people to just come at me and let's have a conversation. It was something that was different. And it even piqued the interest of people who were much older generations, hoping that this would actually be the guy, the person who could help turn the tide, maybe to back the way things used to be. Don't we all love, the olden days, right? Changing perhaps the typically apathetic and liberal youth who skewed blue to maybe more civic minded, Bible toting shades of red. And apparently he was pretty good at it. And Charlie Kirk seemed to have it all at 6'4", extraordinarily smart. Okay. Without a day of college. And he liked to promote that college wasn't necessary. A beauty queen wife, a little girl, and a little boy, allegedly. We'll come back to that. Seemed to have it all going for him. But he also had some opinions that those in power, either here or overseas, may not have liked. We don't know. We're going to explore that more. And he was starting to share those more at some inopportune times. So I'm not quite ready to tell you. I can't say. And frankly, I think if anyone can say with 100% certainty today, they know definitively what happened to Charlie and can write the case out from A to Z, I'm not buying it because my theories are still in flux. So, I want you to know that going into this, but I hope that we can work through this together and continue to crowdsource. I'm collaborative, and that's why I want to welcome on now someone who has been instrumental in being a fantastic sounding board for me as I've worked through this investigation. We've got fairy tales from Ecotopia. Do you want to say a little something, say hello, and I don't know, tell them a little bit about how we met or interacted initially?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, let's see. I met Kelly when I saw her on Paramount Tactical. I won't hold that against her. But it was, I think, in this period where everybody was wondering what the heck happened. And I was one of those people and sort of searching on all these different sites and streamers. And Kelly had produced I think an 18-minute video sort of laying out her thoughts. And I had already kind of been moving towards this fake death theory through accounts like Morgan C000 on X and Substack, Genghis Khan, a little later Jordan and Algeist, and reached out to Kelly because I wanted to have her on my podcast at Fairy Tales from Ecotopia, which is on Substack. And it was, the purpose of that was to look at dreams. I had an interest in dreams from my studies. And Kelly was kind enough to oblige, and we spent some time talking about Candace's dreams and Charlie's dreams and Kelly's dreams and my dreams, and really understanding how this event that has apparently brought us all together is sort of operating on us even when we don't know it. So with that, I sort of used my own X account to talk with different people, probably pissed a few people off, and connect with really whoever's interested in finding the truth. And Kelly and I have had some conversations. I was hesitant to come on here, but I think in 2026, I think it's maybe time to be a little brave and to practice free speech. So I thought I would come up here and say some stuff and ask some questions, and hopefully the people in the chat can answer them for me, because I know I'm not quite there yet, but would like to be. So anyway, that's what I got at the moment.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for being here. And and I did see the chat is coming in fast and furiously, which I love to see. So y'all keep it coming. There was just a question about if there was anything else that they could call you besides fairy tale.
You can call me Eco for the moment, or E.
Okay, Eco or E.
Perfect.
Awesome. That makes it easier for me too. Then I can. Yes, thank you. Okay, so let's see. Where shall we begin? I think that there was a lot going on. When I consider an investigation, I think about it in multiple parts. So it's not just what you see with your eyes in that moment of the violent incident, right? It's what was happening before, during, and after, which has helped me reach the conclusion of, and yes, you guys, we're going to ultimately get to it, what I believe is fake death. Okay. I I believe in my overarching headline theme, and for y'all who've been following me now for a while, you know, it is that Charlie believed that one way or another, he was not walking out of UVU. Okay. And then from there, we kind of work our way through. But how I reached that thought process initially was looking at the event. Okay. And I thought, this doesn't seem right to me. The blood seemed like it was too much. And some people call it juice on, for those of us who are watching on YouTube, you know, I don't know. We have to, let me also say this too. There's like censor things that we have to kind of unfortunately be aware of. And versus for those who are listening on X, it's like the wild, wild west over there. So just know we're trying to serve multiple platforms in this moment. But yeah, so seeing that gush was quite unnatural. And I remember calling so many people and saying, "Oh my gosh, did you see that? Like, if have you ever seen anything like that before? How did that strike you?"
You know, let's see, I was not a fan of Charlie before I saw that video. It came to me through Instagram. And the first place the conversation was really kind of pushing it was on Facebook, where there was somebody who was in love with Tim Pool, who was just parroting him every single day. And at a certain point, I think he started mentioning that it was the left, that it was, you know, trans Tifa. And at that point, I had sort of called bullshit. That didn't align with the research that I had done. You know, a little later, people were saying groypers, and that sort of, you know, fit a little better. But you know, even that was kind of on thinking about it was seemingly not the answer. Uh, at that point, I think I saw Kim Iverson because I was just looking into different segments or stories about this. And she put together like 8 different conspiracies that, you know, with whatever evidence she had with them. So I think there was the planes. I think there was the cell phone camera gun. I think there was the back shot. There was, of course, the official narrative. There was the palm pistol, and so I had been interested in investigations and criminology, and just got hooked. I think I was unemployed at the time, and was really had a lot of downtime, and was just picking this up and seeing where the conversation was going and seeing all the, you know, logical fallacies along the way. And so I've been in a search mode while also a skeptical mode, and wondering essentially if it is a fake death and this is all staged, how many people are in on it, because it seems like there's a lot going on beyond the official story and also behind the scenes. So I would say 2 weeks before I sort of really started pursuing the what on earth is going on, and maybe within a month, I think I was thinking there was not everything was as it seemed, and specifically that he might be alive.
Mhm. I actually had called my cardiologist. I see a heart doctor, and I had reached out to him within a couple of days, maybe the next day, and said, "Hey, can you take a look at this?" And I mean, he'd already seen it at that point, but he was like, "That doesn't make sense," and had explained to me that because in theory the heart should have at least been pumping for, a minute, like it just did not make sense to him that it would be so instantaneous and not have any additional pump, like for, at all.
Mm.
So anyway, it
Yeah,
just
to
and then I did more research on that. And
to go with that, Kelly, one of the things that I started immediately seeing was all of the different excuses that started coming up for why things weren't making sense, right? And so your question, I think, was asked by a lot of people, and then all of a sudden there started to be answers, right? Well, oh, he was hit in the chest, so it blew out his heart, and therefore there was no pumping, and so that's why the blood looked like that, right? But then why was the shot in the neck? Well, oh, it's because, it needed to travel like down and then ricochet and then a little piece probably, hit the heart, and that's why, and it was just over and over and over with why the bullet, why the wound looks so weird, or what was going on with his gun that looked so weird, or what was, the reason for, anything really. And so it almost became a pattern in which, in order to make the main story make sense, you had to make more assumptions than the conspiracy theorists, to the point where, Occam's razor was not working anymore, because if you did that, you could just not make the official story hold. And
Mhm.
so, it seems like they're sort of ramming it through with the authority that they've kind of racked up for the last however many years. But I think no one's really buying that authority at this point, and there's enough critical thought out there where we're sort of demanding evidence, and where that's not being given, we're trying to find it ourselves, for
Yeah.
better or worse.
Right. And it's a worthy cause, in my opinion. It's certainly, if Tyler, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but if Tyler did not have any pre-knowledge of any of this and didn't have anything to do with it, then I feel very committed to helping make sure that I'm doing what I can to shed light on protecting him and shedding light on the truth. But also, I want to make sure that, at least for my kids' generation and further, that we're letting the government know, like, sorry, you can't pull a fast one on us.
Mhm.
um, it just But
Yeah.
that might kind of thwart their plan in I think what we're going to talk about, today.
Mhm. Yeah, it's a question of what's going on, because without being able to answer that, you can't even orient yourself, And so if we don't know if Tyler is a patsy, willing or unwilling, that colors our relationship, right? And so how do the American people feel about, a psyop being run on them? Or how does anybody feel about, what they're being told to believe, despite it conflicting with, what to be true? I think
Mhm.
this gaslighting campaign, this disinformation campaign, the Fed slop campaign, all of it is a lot. And it seems like people are getting paid. It seems like people might be getting paid with our tax dollars. And it seems like what they're being paid to do is, directly counterproductive for our goals. And especially when it comes to the judicial system and law enforcement, and I mean this is the place where people's lives are ruined and people are killed, and it's all politicized. And so figuring out what's real, I think, is really helpful to even answer that. So yeah, so I've got some questions for Kelly, but Kelly, where do you want to go here?
Well, okay, so let's keep talking a little bit about what we initially saw, and then I mean, guys, we may just kind of meander a little bit, but I want to make this a casual conversation. Again, you feel free, please drop questions and whatnot in the chat. Feel free to, there is a lot of stuff coming in, so feel free to drop a super chat if you want to make sure that it's something that we see. Those are being automatically starred and stored off to the side, so don't worry, I won't miss out on them. Okay. And hi again for all of those who are joining us now. It's so great to have you guys here. If you're just rolling in now, right now, we are going to be talking about staged death / fake death in the Charlie Kirk case, what really happened on 9/10, some theories about the why, the how, the who, the what, the where, all of the important W's, all of the important ones. What really happened? Yeah, I mean, I wish I had all of the keys to the castle, but we can at least speculate and keep getting closer every single day. So I think there was a whole lot of activity. So, okay, even just like in the immediacy of going into the event, there was strange stuff going on, even just at UVU. We talk about the security, you guys, the lack thereof, so many oddities. It seemed like this and also side note, if I could direct you to, after the stream is over, if you still have questions, as Eco mentioned, I'd done pretty early on in this a lengthy piece. It's not too bad. It's like 16 minutes, I think. But an overall kind of primer on the Charlie Kirk case, and it does point out a lot of these things in a really easy to digest way. It's on my page. If you follow me at Kelly Raybon on YouTube, you'll see it there under videos. I might have it highlighted. I don't recall, but it is right there under videos. And then also, if you're on X, follow Ecological Crime. Is that also your YouTube handle?
No, I think SFIIS is the YouTube handle.
Okay, got it. All right. So going into the event, the security was subpar to say the least. And while we don't know exactly how much Charlie was paying or TPUSA was paying annually for this security detail, it was a substantial chunk of change. Okay. We are not talking about rent-a-cops here. We're talking about elite premier guys with not only military experience, but substantial law enforcement experience, tons of training and certification and things like that. They'd been at they'd been to White House events and been to CPAC and, all of these big events, in addition to all of the Turning Point events. They were no strangers to hosting college events. And even hearing Brian Harpel, who was the head of the contracted security company, Integrity Security Solutions, speak about that day, there were so many discrepancies. But to not to have people secure a ticket but then not actually scan tickets, to not actually have people in this day and age go through any sort of bag check or um, scanner machine. It just seemed bizarre. And to use the excuse, as I would say, that, well, Charlie just wanted an open environment where anyone could come and go.
Definitely
That
goes with the
doesn't,
narrative, right?
yeah. It would tie in, you guys, with the narrative. Well, it would tie in with the this is where it becomes kind of hard to describe. It would tie in with the overall story that's being woven on the flip side of Charlie setting up that he is feeling endangered. Okay. He's telling it would actually, sorry, it would fly in the face of that. It would completely fly in the face of that. If he's so worried, sending out a text message, for example, to some of his closest friends and donors the night before the event or the day before the event, saying that he was worried about his safety or that he could maybe be killed. Why in the world would you allow for such an open free for all event? And I'd forgotten about this. There was even I was reviewing back footage from that day from 9/10, and there was a petition of 6,000 signatures ag- against having Charlie come to UVU.
Mhm.
Allegedly. I mean, I haven't reviewed the
Allegedly.
petition myself.
Yeah, no, I did do a little dive in because that I think got archived, and so the person who started it is I don't know their name, but I remember that they had a book, and it was along the lines of kind of like a terroristic story, right? Like a violent, nihilistic type thing, right? So in terms of again setting the stage, right, with all of these different props, all of these different characters, all of these things we're not going to look at until after the fact, it begs the question, who knew, who was in on it, who planted these things for what reason, and how do we prove that? I think if I remember correctly, Candace and Charlie were at UVU in 2019. They did do security checks back then. I think they were in the ballroom at that point. They were protested then too. I think some other things were going on at that time. I think it might have been the case that, anyway, I won't get into that. But point being, you have this event in 2025, which doesn't really get organized until, August. And within a month, they have basically secured the venue. They have run security checks. They have updated these, the event plan, multiple times. And I don't think they started advertising for the event until about a week before, and then that was only, I think, through TPUSA's website. And it wasn't until, I think, almost the day before that the UVU student website was really kind of pushing it. And I'm not entirely sure where Facebook is in on that. But again, not a lot of time to prepare. And so you can sort of think about, well, what is the goal of not, having a lot of people know about this beforehand? You could potentially ensure all the people who do show up, or at least the majority of them, kind of maybe in the right position, so to speak. So those are some things that I noticed, but yeah, Charlie said he didn't want to go to another venue, and he wanted to spend or he wanted to be in, the perfect location for a kill shot. So, therein lies this question: was he, led like a lamb to the slaughter by Brian Harpole and Dan Flood, or did he know he wanted to place himself there because the alleged assassin could slip out through the back before anyone knew, and all we would have is the FBI who shows up 15 minutes later, and a supposed UVU police officer who secured the site within 5 minutes allegedly, and a whole lot of news feeding us contradicting stories. So anyone's guess, what really happened. But that said, curious minds ask questions, and there are people who, were there who have stories to tell. There's a few videos that seem to have emerged with a lot of people making interpretations and inferences. And then we have the court, which is its own, insane clown show that you would be forgiven for thinking the defense, the prosecution, and the judge are all in on it, along with the Utah, State Bureau of Investigation and the FBI and ATF, I think. So, and TPUSA and UVU, who has their own, military and artificial intelligence programs here. So there's a lot of factors, and that's not even getting into, what New York Post and Daily Mirror are saying with Lance and Discord and Turkey Tom and Wordle, I guess now. So very quickly, when you start putting these into a timeline, it looks like either Tyler is not the suspect who he's being linked to, or if he is, and you want to try to make all of that work, his behavior sort of can't be explained, and so we're invited to kind of demonize him and sort of project our worst fears onto this person. And again, I think we don't know, but we're having intuitions that that seem to be at odds with the story.
Yeah. Going back to some of the oddities of that day, before I move on from the security situation, we saw some very strange, what seemed like, I call it more coordination than the New York City Ballet. Between these different motions and hat tips and the touching of the glasses and the looking this way and the texting and stuff. I mean, it all, and to me, I could just see how it appeared tense all around Charlie. But Charlie also seemed to be glancing at them too, I believe. I mean, not just I believe, you can see it on video. And so that again is why I think that Charlie was aware of what was going on in my opinion. But I do want to add up this image to the stage. Okay. Now, this one, I have to say thank you. One of my followers on X had sent this to me. I believe it was Muppet Masher. So if you are watching by chance, thank you so much. Appreciate you. So this was, if anybody watched Brian Harpole's interview on the Sean Ryan show, you probably saw him share this text exchange with Chief Long, who is the university police chief. And I just found it, of course, we all found that very interesting that he would reference the rooftops and, oh, were you going to have someone up there? We all know how that turned out. And they left it in such a vague situation. Um, Now, my personal belief is that I think that someone could have fired a decoy shot uh, on this open area. I wish you guys could see my mic. My mic, listen to me. Sorry, I'm thinking about there's there's so many key words we got going on here, but see my mouse. You can see Charlie's tent there in the white if you're looking at the bottom photo. And then right above him is that walkway. And the police made sure to clear that area off. And they had some police tape blocking both sides. Brian Harpole claimed that that was because they were worried about people throwing rocks onto Charlie from overhead. But just my sneaky suspicion is, could that have really been one, because they did not want someone up there to potentially spot the shooter, or the pretend shooter or something. So is someone in that area to spot something else that was going on the other side. So be it the Losi Center or the Sorensen. And then also, did potentially someone fire a decoy shot in that area at that walkway overhead? And if so, could it have landed in, if you look back in that area, you can't see it right here, but there's a pond, which has since been drained, for the record. So if there was a bullet in there, it's long been picked up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot about all of the text messages that are being shown. Harpole's got text messages, Candace has text messages, Charlie's got text messages, and which ones are true, and which ones are, there to look like due diligence, or there to, be vague on purpose, so there's plausible deniability.
Mhm.
If I recall correctly, I think Harpole said there were 13 of his people there. I think there were 6 UVU police officers on duty. You mentioned a decoy shot. So the question is, where is this decoy shot coming from? Is it coming from Tyler's location? Is it alleged location, suspect's location? Although it didn't look like he was carrying. I mean, you could claim he was carrying a gun, but you could also claim he was carrying a stick under a towel. Some people say that's AI. Gary says he's debunked that by showing that a person goes behind a tree, right? So, these are questions, right? Sean Ryan was assisting Brian Harpole doing his interview, giving him leading questions with answers provided. A ridiculous attempt at rewriting history with a sad propaganda session, right? Yeah, so no disagreement from me there. You could argue Gary Melton did the same thing. You could argue that a lot of streamers do the same thing. You could argue that any CIA affiliated FBI streamer is doing the same thing. I think what strikes me about this text, for me, is that there is a student group involved that are coordinating with Harpole and friends on the security of this school. And from what I remember of, I think, Samir's Instagram, but also some other people who had kind of parts in this, people know how to secure an area, right? Like you could look at that map and understand a number of places that you would want to secure. And if Harpole looked at that map, he should know exactly where the best shot that could take place would come from, and it was exactly there, right? So how is it that the world-class security team overlooks the number one place and leaves a very vague message here, and then takes two interviews with people who are leading him to Fed slop? Those would be my questions. I think they're worthwhile. I also remember, certain people who were witnesses there say that the shot came from the speaker, right? I think I've counted 5 or 10 different people who have said that it sounded like firecrackers, right? A couple of people said it sounded like a balloon popping, right? So it's also an amphitheater, right? So you have multiple witnesses saying multiple things, multiple sound analyses and acoustic analyses saying different things. You've got, literally the sheriff, sending pictures on Facebook that are enhanced, which are AI pictures of the suspect we're calling Tyler as he's coming up the roof. And you basically have one, electronic artifact after another saying, he did get an autopsy. There was an autopsy. There wasn't an autopsy. There was a guy in tactical clothing with a mask. There's all of these different things. We're being bombarded with them from sources that are suspect, and all of this is, maximizing chaos, minimizing certainty, and meanwhile the sort of Fed slop is provided, restated, and defended in the same way you might defend the existence of a genocidal state. So where do
I
we go?
wanted I'll come back to that other question that I had put up a moment ago in just a second. But while we're on this topic, hey, Kelly, would the white guy person, the white dot, on the other roof, the Sorensen roof, be able to make that sound shot from there? If so, wow. Yes, I believe so. It is plausible. Do I know for sure? And am I an audio analyst? No, I'm not. But based on when you take a look at the video, the drone shot, even, you can see that there would definitely be a shot from that area of the Sorensen roof overhead of that walkway above the Hall of Flags, and even to the pond, little lake feature, if if they wanted to. And there could be something else besides lake. I just thought that the water seemed like a good place to drop the bullet in.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I've heard plausible or consistent, I'm just like, oh, Fed. So I'll just say, it's plausible that
Possible. I mean, it's not. I'm not saying it's definite.
no,
I
no,
that's
totally,
like,
totally.
I think
You know,
if I was telling you yes, it happened, then you should really be questioning me and say like, well, how do you know? You haven't even been to Utah yet, have you, Kelly? No, I
right.
haven't.
Yeah, and I'm actually making fun of some of the Fed sloppers who, in order to make this story work, it's plausible, it's consistent with this.
Right.
So, in terms of the angle of that bullet and the story we're told about the spine and the direction and journey it took, this bullet, before stopping somewhere. Yeah, it would be consistent with a shot from that direction, right? And also, and there's questions from where I think this white dot is coming from. I think Adam Bartholomew said it was coming from Losi Center. I think somebody else said it might have been a event, and so, and then we have these videos, but there may be editing with the blood, with the sound, and so it's really, I think, important why the defense in their request for discovery really made it clear what they needed with regards to chain of custody, with regards to ensuring the sources are not, just something you find on YouTube that TMZ has published, because Phil Lyman, was the first person to give it to them after hanging out with Charlie and the Leadership Institute, and then, taking pictures at the front, but then being in the back, and then saying like, "Oh, the shot came from that direction." Like, thanks, Lyman, for your thoughts on where the bullet came from. Not sure you're trustworthy, and if you want to, mention why George Zinn is on your website, and also taking credit for an assassination, like, that's what I'd be interested in your thoughts on, as opposed to where this bullet is coming from.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would be fun. And yes, Elizabeth, I definitely want to and will be going to Utah. I haven't set my exact date yet, but you guys can absolutely help me get there sooner. So,
Yeah.
if,
drop Kelly some 50s if you want her to go to Utah.
it feels weird to, be like asking, but by all means,
I'm asking for you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
And there was another comment that was like, all of the, and maybe I should just pull it up, but it was like, it seems like there's a lot of podcasters who are in on it, right? And I would 100% agree. I am skeptical of everyone. Paramount, I think, was the first one I was like, but also, as when Candace said it was definitely a front shot, and then followed up a little later by saying, oh yeah, no, I had a source in the courtroom, and she was, and they were laughing. Tyler was laughing about a fender bender that he had been in that morning by his armored car parade. Things like that. You're kind of like, all right, I guess, anonymous sources are going to be protected. But also, while First Amendment might protect that, it doesn't do anything to alleviate my suspicion, especially when it is, seemingly being steered from a bunch of different directions towards, a goal that seemed to be in mind from the very beginning. That's it. But that said, while I'm skeptical of Kelly still a little bit, and she's trying to prove she's not a Fed, I do think that that one of the reasons I have been appreciating people like Kelly and also people like Trigger Smart and Jordan and all of these people who are really interested in taking the time to work through this is a good indicator that you can sort of have a place to work that out, as opposed to being just hit over the head with a narrative that you feel bad for challenging, but seems ludicrous, to say the least.
I love everybody's going crazy on the Fed stuff. They're like, I'm a Fed, we all Fed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jordan wants to know if he's a Fed.
Jordan, you're a Fed for sure.
Oh, Kelly's a Fed, possibly for show. It's
No, I'm
funny.
kidding.
Okay. I've had some requests for the white dot video because there are new folks in the house that have not seen it. So that'll give us a 2-minute break. Oh, I do not look like a Fed, apparently. So
You don't look like a Fed? Okay. Something is.
And although you guys, honestly, I don't think here's if you do Google me, okay, and you're welcome to Google me, obviously, all you want. You will find that cops and criminals fear me equally. Okay.
Like not at all, or okay.
No, a lot. Okay.
Yeah. And that was one of my questions. Like, there's a lot of content creators, there's a lot of podcasters and streamers. There's not, there's a lot of ballistic bros out there. Not a whole lot of like professional investigators. And also there seem to be maybe some limitations of like an investigation that a content creator has some more leeway with. And so in terms of, where you've gone in this, I'd be curious how you navigate that as you look into your white dot or any other element of this. But if you want, you can throw that video up while you.
I'll pull it up right now, but no. Tell me that the question again, though.
I mean, there's a lot of Fed slop. There's a lot of disinformation. There's a lot of, people from different countries, different states, different political persuasions. You may be an Israeli honeypot, who knows? But the question is like, if you are, I'm just kidding. If you are navigating all of this insanity from, a perspective of an investigator and a content creator, like how do you go about this project that you're invested in, and not put out bullshit while doing a legit investigation, I guess, is my question.
This is something that I struggle with every single day. This is the biggest. I was even talking with someone on X, or DMing with someone on X about this today. I said, I think what I'd said is that I was doing some research, and I said it's my favorite part of the gig. And then I said, no, I can't say that. That's like having my picking a favorite child. And I said, I love it all. I love all aspects of it. But I don't love putting on content before I'm ready. I don't love that part. And so I'm still learning to navigate the idea of feeding the beast. Well, that's a TV term we used to always use. So it's not, I hate to call it that, but putting things out that are half cooked, a chef wouldn't want to do that, right? A chef wouldn't want to be like, hey, I mean, I don't know, this pasta is like, it's not done yet, but do you think it's going to taste good? So anyway, I really struggle with that part.
Well, I think there's a phrase, and it's called "throw it at the wall and see what sticks." And I think that's how you know when pasta's ready, right? So,
Yes,
I,
yes.
I hear you. I hear you.
You want me to throw the pasta at the wall before it's ready.
That's true. For myself, I'm a little bit more lax with regards to that for sure. You're welcome to check out Ecological Crime at X. But you know, there's evidence, right? There's logic. There's the authorities that we're, reliant upon. There's, faith that we can sort of rely on as well, and then there's also intuition, and none of that is perfect. Evidence can be planted, logic can be fallacious, authorities can be corrupt, and intuition can be off. But anyway, you talk it out with people, you find communities, I think, and you check your dreams every now and then. I did see a comment asking what Charlie Kirk dreams you've had recently.
Yes, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that in a little bit. I'm going to put the white dot on right now, and let's see if I can make this work. Here we go. And okay. Okay, supposed to be sharing. Come on now. All right, it's loading. Okay, here we go. I think. Okay. Oh, hold on. There we go. My name's Kelly Raybon, and double punch, sorry. Come on. And I've been investigating the Charlie Kirk case since day one. And if you're like me, the video I'm about to show you has probably crossed your feed dozens of times. But trust me, you haven't looked at it like this. The detail that I'm about to show you could change everything. Let's go.
Positioned above the tent and looking in the camera and made us move.
What was that? God! He just got shot! Holy shit!
A white object or person appears and then disappears very quickly. But you guys, this is on top of the Sorensen building, not the Losi Center, where we're told that Tyler Robinson or the shooter was supposedly spotted. And remember, that person was wearing all black. I know, it's quick, but it is compelling. And you didn't really think they were going to make it easy for us, did you? So now let's take a look at some drone footage to give us a different perspective from up high. This is after the scene. So this is going to help us understand the lay of the land and why this might have been an ideal perch for someone, maybe even a lookout spot. You be the judge. Many of us did not buy the official narrative from the beginning.
I think we can conclusively prove that Tyler Robinson, the alleged shooter, did not take the shot that landed in Charlie Kirk's neck.
One of the people who did have some questions about the Sorensen building from early on was Dr. Chris Martinson.
This is where I would be looking very, very carefully. That should be scoured very, very carefully for clues right there, because that matches everything almost perfectly.
He has no idea that I'm doing this video, but I'd love to talk to him about how his investigation has developed over the last few months. My thoughts are it took a village to pull that off, and it's going to take a village to solve this case.
I can't guarantee he didn't take a shot. I just can guarantee that the shot he took wasn't the one that killed him.
Yay!
Nice job.
Every day, Bon. Boom. All right.
Can I, and I'll just say, on some level, like, I feel like your white dot has been quite controversial on some level because you have the group of people who, like, nobody cares about this dot, right? Like, we've already come up with our story. This white dot is not in it at all. Like, it's just like more chaos that you're introducing, and it's like probably nothing, right? On the other hand, it's kind of fun and interesting because, like, let's say that was a person in white. Like, how do they, like, fit into the story, right? It could be Lance, right? It could be a glint of another gun, like on either Sorensen or on Losi, and the video is cut because that person was you know in a different place, right, or whatever, right? And so anyway, so I think it's really interesting and sort of becomes a test of what you think about this case, and so that's kind of what I like about it. I wonder if there was a runner in white, and the people who fed us the film and the footage sort of made some edits, and now you have a person in black. So that's my own kind of bias about what's going on here. But like so many things, you can either integrate it into the theory or kind of cast it off as nothing, right? A little beam of sunlight on the vent or something. And like, so we need to figure out kind of how it relates to everything else. And I'm sure, in the court, when you get called in, Kelly, and you've figured out this white dot, it's gonna throw things into chaos.
I can't wait. I can't wait for my subpoena.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it on.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it on.
Now, is the prosecution or is the defense gonna be?
I don't know. It remains to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
Or it might be someone completely different, and they just call it a subpoena.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so where's the bullet? So in case you missed it earlier, I was just suggesting one possibility could be that it's a decoy shot for the authentic sound of a rifle, and that it goes overhead, over that Hall of Flags walkway, and perhaps into that water. Again, I have not been there in person. There's nothing that replaces, from my years of being a journalist, there's nothing that replaces being on scene and in person to really getting the feel for something. It's wonderful to be objective and look at things high, low, not have a true connection to it. But being there in person is critical. And I recognize that as a blind spot. And I say that all the time. That is something that I need to do. I've been itching to do, and I'm ready to go do it. There were a couple of
Can I say, and I'll just do my own theory on the bullet. Mm-hmm. One of the theories that is out there is that it's a squib. It's a squib, right? And so, I think we're both assuming that there's no actual bullet in Charlie's body, and so no autopsy is necessarily coming. One, because I don't think arguably Utah was chosen because you didn't have to. And so you have, the grieving widow / the victim representative / TPUSA executive director or chair and president / recipient of whatever this insurance thing is now. we would be, I think, holding our breath for a long time if we're ever expecting to get that. And even if we do get it, it would seem like likely it could be fabricated. And you had mentioned a fountain, and I had mentioned this gun sound came possibly through the speakers with some audio visual help, which I think is part of the setting up for the event. So there are ways to do this without a bullet, and there are ways to make sure that no bullet will be found if there is one. But how are you going to find that, along with sort of scouring the area, just like the security did immediately after, to pick up any bomb fragments or what have you? That may be long gone, and if that's the case, there would need to be whistleblowers or something else to kind of help make that stick. So we are kind of basing this on conjecture, I think, but also doing so in a way that is plausible and consistent with what we know about the government and how one would stage this if it was staged.
Yeah, Macmillan, just remember that they kept saying black tactical gear, making everyone search for that instead of anything in white. Very plausible. And that brings home a point that I really want to make, I'll go ahead and make it now. That if you guys, I hope that you can really take the time to, again, remember discernment. If you've been around here for a little while, discernment is an ongoing theme. And when you see in a narrative something that's continued to be sort of forced on you, forced and reinforced, we'll say. For example, the video of Charlie and the incident, that I believe was pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed on social media in a way that we really have not seen before, or at least in recent history. And that was for a reason, I believe. It was to help sell the narrative from the beginning. Then there was the photos in the stairwell of Tyler, okay? Those went everywhere. And so it was like, all right, we're going to believe that this is the person. And then it was the roof videos, right? Now, we've never seen that person lying in a prone position on their belly, with their finger on the trigger. No, we've never seen that. Do we know if it even exists? No, we don't. But we're just told to believe this. I was working in Denver back when the Aurora Theater shooting happened, and I remember that it was very, very early on that both families and the district attorney's office, the law enforcement, they decided that once they had arrested, his name was James Holmes, and a lot of people knew because he had a very unique look. He had this like orange hair. He dyed it for the occasion. Very bizarre. But they said, let's not keep saying his name because we don't want to add additional notoriety to this person who was clearly seeking attention. In that case, there were mountains of evidence, okay, dating back months and months and months. There was records of training and ammo that he'd ordered and tactical vests. And he'd talked to his therapist, and he had mailed stuff to different people. He'd set up booby traps in his apartment and all this stuff. There was so much evidence. But in this case, evidence is so minimal. So they need us to hear Tyler Robinson. And so, like, when it comes to psychological operations, I want you guys to really remember that what you're being told, when you're being told it over and over and over and over and over, it's for a reason.
Yeah, and with the black tactical gear, you know, think about, you know, where you heard that, right? I think I looked back over it and saw that Fox News had acquired that clip, and so that's how they were playing it, right? And so here you have Fox News, which has also been saying things that don't jive with other reports in terms of the location of the gun. You can, you know, check what Fox Digital has to say about the, you know, Crooks and Butler thing, right? If you go with that, and there's some serious problems with you know, what Fox is putting out when it comes to this case. And of course, like you mentioned, nothing ever sort of came of that. But the black tactical person, I believe, was also reiterated by Candace, who I believe said that there was a black tactical person on the roof. There was no recoil on the gun that was fired. And her source at TPUSA, who had knowledge of some of the stuff, saw that black tactical person, right? So, you know, it seems to be corroborated, right? Here's Candace and Fox News both talking about a similarly described person, and also both of those people are on different sides of this story, and so it just invites you know, asking questions and figuring out, you know, who do you believe more? You know, Candace, the FBI, Kelly, Valhalla, Ian, all of these different people, and so I think you're right with regards to the this question of, like, we're being, like, just told to, like, take this on faith, this narrative that we're being sold. And it's really easy because there's so many stepping stones that we have been provided with, right? There's the door, you know, bell cam. There's what Lyman, you know, provided to TMZ. There's this footage of this runner. There's these videos that we've seen of the shooting. There's, you know, this charging document which talks about engraved bullets, right? There's the family, you know, which sort of recognized him, except didn't necessarily recognize him, just said, you know, it looks like him, and that may not be false, but it may not mean it's him, right? So one question you would have to ask with all of this is, you know, why is there so much evidence being, you know, pointing to Tyler as the person, as the suspect who did this? And if it's just that they got it wrong, how do you explain all of that stuff? But I think that's also why a lot of people are suggesting it may be, you know, a patsy who is willing, because you do have all of these things. However, when you, like, drill down into them, you actually, there's room for doubt. There's reasonable doubt for each different thing. And because of that reasonable doubt, you have the media hitting us over the head saying, accept this thing with reasonable doubt, while anybody who sort of brings up and discusses that reasonable doubt is labeled a conspiracy theorist. And meanwhile, those people who then, move into conspiracy theorizing and research are also hit with controlled opposition, with FedSlop, with disinformation, misinformation, or just wrong interpretations. And so, where do we go? I also just want to end that part by just saying, is this a blueprint, right? Is UVU and the, assassination of Charlie Kirk a false flag terroristic event that is meant to do something like institute, NSPM 7 or declare an insurrection is going on in order to, tap certain levers? And how many times has this been done before? Was Butler something? Was Luigi Mangione something? Was this Brown thing that was very weird something? Was this LDS church massacre something? Like how many of these things are false, staged, and we're hit with it, and then another thing so fast that we're expected to move on. And either they just didn't count on everybody not moving on for this, or we're not, allowed to move on for this, and it's, we're caught in this sort of cycle of just exploration without necessarily getting anywhere.
Yep. I am trying to put up some of the comments as they're coming in, and we're going to dive into some super chats too in a moment to break that up. We have so much more to talk about, so I hope that you guys are hanging in there. And I feel like we've just barely scratched the surface. Like I said, this is going to be a multi-part thing. So I'm just ramping up. I could talk about this for, I don't know, hours on end, days on end, because there are just so many aspects to it. Just look at the Cheshire grins of Rick Cutler and Brian Harple, 30 seconds into the supposed first aid. They were smiling, passing around random stuff. Didn't even attempt CPR on Charlie. You guys, that is one thing that I really struggle with, even if it wasn't a technical smile. I mean, sometimes people make weird faces or grimaces or like, I don't know. I'm trying to be generous, but it doesn't look like there was any sort of CPR going on, right? And a lot of us did call that into question early on. And it was interesting. There were some creators who were very insistent that there was a whole lot of CPR going on back there. But Brian Harple didn't claim that there was. And now I'm kind of confused as to when he even said that he tried to get his hand in there and stop the bleeding. I don't think that his hand was in the wound as he was carrying Charlie along. I don't think it possibly could have been the way that he was holding him.
Yeah. So. And I think Valhalla sort of pointed this out, very explicitly. Like Harpole's interview said he had his, hands buried in his neck, and you can see very clearly his hand is not buried in his neck. It is not bloody. I don't know if these people are sort of grimacing as they're pulling out the fake blood from under the table or what. But it's clear that not only did they, not attempt CPR, but they were trying to rush him out as quickly as possible, to the point where, the people with medical bags were not invited to work on him.
Yes, and very much intentional reasons, we believe.
Right. and you can say, their client had been shot and they were trying to get him to the, hospital as quickly as possible. But there's another assumption that we're expected to believe when, we can also ask, is there, why can't we see footage from the university? Why can't we see footage from the hospital? Why can't we see footage from the sheriff's office when Tyler, brought himself up? Why can we not see footage from like the courtroom, right? Like all of these questions are meant to limit our perspective and hide information from us so that people can say, well, you don't have all the information, so you can't make any sort of claim. Meanwhile, the most plausible thing to assume is that the FBI is doing their job correctly, and we shouldn't give it another thought, except to find, Tyler's, friends and put them in jail as well. So, and maybe make some laws about, social media and some other laws about, free speech and et cetera, et cetera. Fidgeting the whole time, I would agree with that 100%. And so was the person being interviewed, like the neighbor, right, who was saying that he had seen Tyler and Lance make out or something. And all of these interviews being dropped and picked up by all of these media people are really suspect. Just going to say it. CNN, I think, had a claim that there was a shooter on somebody who was scouting that rooftop the week before, right? And a few accounts kind of created or produced a version of that. But who are these people? Where does it come from? These are the questions we're not being told. And so all we can do is assume that what we're being told is true. And when it comes to things like Turkey Tom, when it comes to things like anonymous accounts, that can be exactly what you're supposed to do in order to make, the op work, so to speak.
This is a fun one. We need mental help. There was no doing CPR on Charlie. He was dead the second the bullet hit him. Okay.
I love this. So I want everybody to think in their mind and try to count up how many times you've heard the phrase, he was dead before he hit the floor, or he was dead on impact, or some phrase that like is repeated over and over and over, right? So in terms of like the structure of this comment, right, we're being, told we're insane.
Insult. Starts with an insult. Yep.
Right. And not only an insult, but a way to discredit any authority that you might have, right? You are obviously insane. Therefore, you can't be understood. Therefore, there's no use trying. And it's also factually incorrect, right? Like apparently, according to the TPUSA tent or somebody at there, they received word, and I'm getting this from Trigger Smart, or maybe it was the KSL video, that he had been resuscitated, or not resuscitated, but that they got a heartbeat again, and he was potentially stable, but then, oh no, Trump broke it to us that he was in fact dead, and then also I think that that they had got him, but he wasn't exactly sure on the story at that point. So thanks, Friar Tuck. Appreciate it. What was it? Robin Hood, the Disney version was one of the first movies I had ever seen. So there's some nostalgia there that I appreciate with the.
Love it. Shelby Ford, thank you for sharing this. I grew up around widows. I watched my grandmother deteriorate after my grandfather died. Erica's acting like a divorced woman and not a widow. I think a lot of people would agree with you on that one. And I have had both women and men who have lost their spouse due to ongoing sickness or unexpectedly, who have reached out to me and shared, how devastating it's been for them to recover, after losing their loved one, and how hard of a time they have believing. Uh, just to sum it up very briefly, I think that Erica became a very convenient replacement for Charlie in the position of CEO. I mean, not even just interim CEO, but CEO of Turning Point, because it enabled the organization to not be questioned as much. And they said, oh, this is what Charlie would have wanted. But you guys, what had she spoken at maybe like 2 Turning Point events in the past? I can only think of the poofy pink dress moment and then maybe one other that I've personally seen. I don't believe that she was going to the college tour stops with him and sitting at the table with him like some of the other folks. I mean, he had guests, even like Riley Gaines, and as just to name a female. And I did not follow Turning Point and Charlie before all of this, but I guarantee you I've watched hundreds, thousands probably of videos at this point of appearances and speeches, and Erica's not there. She'd done only a couple of podcasts with him. She had her own stuff occasionally, but not consistently. So I just have a really, really hard time believing that, uh, th- there was any intention of her truly running the company other than allowing for space for the company to not be questioned as much during this time of major transition and to try to ride it out.
Yeah. I have never been divorced. I've never been lost a partner. And I can't even empathize with that. It's just beyond my experience. Far be it from me to defend Erica, but I will say that I do know somebody who lost their partner, mourned him, but also very quickly moved into a relationship that may have been better for them, and as a result are much happier. And so I want to kind of hold that out there as a, for all the people who are not Erica, who are also going through that. There is that. And if we're going to, club Erica over the head, I think it should personally be for other reasons. But I do hear, the acting is not good. The villain kind of persona has gone into sort of full force, either with or without her, attempt. But what I'm concerned about is that she is, going to be representing all of the victims, which is all 3,000 people at the event. She is also the, chair and president of TPUSA, which I assume means she's going to be, in charge of the video, the this, the that, making executive decisions, which have perpetuated a kind of lack of transparency, let's say. It doesn't help that she, got called out for sending a cease and desist letter today. And, what she's doing with regards to supporting Vance for a second, or for the presidency, is not only inappropriate, just because of the law that does not allow 501c3s to do that, but it's also part of the op, it would seem, in the sense that Vance played an integral part in flying Charlie's body to where it needed to go, and to sort of bypass a number of official things, whether that's medical examination or autopsy or embalming, or all of these things that we've got some small orange hands as evidence that he's dead, but is that what we're supposed to accept? She's the person who has all of the information, and she's not giving us any, and she's also kind of telling us to stop when she could make us all stop, not just Candace, so to speak. I do want to ask this question, which I don't think got put in the start, but and this is a good question to the wider narrative, but why do you think, and this is a question for everybody, so put your answers in the crowd, why do you think the FBI would cover up for a fake murder that implicates Israel? I wonder what you think of that. My short version would be, controlled opposition to discredit, anti-Zionism. But I wonder, and also potentially, have this split between U.S. and Israel. But I wonder what your thoughts are.
Well, I believe because the FBI was involved in staging it and facilitating it.
But why would they point to Israel?
I don't think that they are pointing to Israel.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't think that they are. I mean, in fact, they've prevented the Tulsi Gabbard from exploring, right, any allegedly, I mean, from exploring any international connections or things like that. So, I mean, at this point, the FBI technically has nothing to do with it. Should have nothing to do with it. It's a open shut case, right? Just in Utah. One guy shoots one guy, and that's it.
Yeah, and I think it goes to the question of, how big is the conspiracy, and, is the FBI just doing their part, and sort of, it's all compartmentalized so that the FBI might be playing a role in a conspiracy that does point to Israel, but it's not the FBI who's doing that pointing necessarily.
Well, and if in fact Charlie was so yeah, and I mean, this is a good time for us to move just more into the why could some of this have happened. If in fact Charlie was facing these very scary, we'll say, or what felt to be very real threats from Israel or to someone else overseas, a foreign government or foreign entity, then maybe the FBI would not want that narrative to be pushed out there because they don't want to add any more fuel to the fire on that.
Yeah, it's the optics are so interesting, right? Because you have Lance, who is first of all, I don't think Lance, the name, is mentioned once in any court document that's related, right? It's just the roommate, and anything that we call Lance comes from either New York Post or Daily Mirror or one of these sort of tabloids, or potentially something along those lines. So that was interesting to me, as well as different podcasters or streamers linking Lance to different things like armed SLC queers on the one hand, which was also connected to, I believe, the United Nations. And there was also some question as to whether China and Iran were sort of you know, laundering money through all, you know, and it just kind of got more and more complicated, as well as a sort of claim, I think, that, you know, a foreign ally was sharing intelligence with us about this issue, right? So who do you know, what foreign intelligence service is going to give us information that, you know, the people behind this was Iran, and you know, might be connected to these X accounts that apparently were maybe, you know, Muslim or Islamic or this or that or the other, just sort of there for us to look at. It becomes very, you know, questionable which media sources are telling us what, and why are they telling us that, and what's the narrative that's sort of going with that. You know, there's a lot of energy investments, there's a lot of real estate investments that are, you know, going in this area. There's Gaza specifically, there's this genocide, there's this ethnic cleansing. Charlie was sort of mentioning this. There's Epstein, there's, you know, all of this. There's this, you know, Trump peace plan that has, you know, emerged in the weeks following this event, right, where the UN was also recognizing Palestine, right? So, you know, what's a good way to avoid talking about Epstein, the genocide, Palestinian recognition, get a peace plan in place that's favorable to both Trump and Tony Blair, while, you know, also pointing to a link to an adversary that, you know, is helpful for everybody to pin it on, while also, you know, potentially discrediting Israeli opposition by coming up with batshit insane things that do connect Israel, when Israel is connected, but in a potentially different way, right? So, anyway, this is complex, right? And I don't know if any of it's true, but sounds plausible to me, and would be consistent with everything I know about, you know, the actors in play here.
So Charlie, Shelby Ford was saying Charlie was speaking out about AIPAC a month before his death. The PPD podcast had him on and he was talking about it the day he got shot. They took that episode down. If it's the episode that I was thinking of, I don't know that they took it down, but maybe I'm thinking of a different one. I mean, certainly he was speaking out more, but if and this is why, you guys, I'm still working through. I don't claim to have all of the answers for you at this point. I'm telling you, I'm coming in a little bit half cooked, but I want you guys to know these are some of the things that I'm thinking about and working through at this point. You know, but it very well could be that some of these things that he's sharing were out of, even domestically, even just within the United States, outside of the party line. Okay. And sometimes when you get too big for the machine, when you're bigger than the machine, or they feel threatened by that, they may not like it. So, I mean, we should also consider the possibility that he was told, look, it's time for you to exit stage left, bud. You can do this the easy way or the hard way. These are all possibilities that I'm working through.
Yeah, and I'll just share maybe a different take. You know, it was people Charlie was talking to, right? His supporters who were also talking about genocide and speaking out about AIPAC and speaking out about all of these things. And so, when you are tasked with, and a true believer in defending, Israel to the death potentially, and you are faced with these very tough questions, it takes not only a lot of courage, I think, to say these things, but also you can't maintain your credibility unless you say these things. And so I have a slightly different, version or thought on this, um, where Charlie was kind of put into an impossible position, where he's fielding these questions that are everybody is asking, and just doesn't want to necessarily be in that position anymore, and feels like his position might be strengthened if he is no longer, a person, but a myth and a legend. And now we're talking about, the leftists who have murdered Charlie and taken him away from us, and linking them to the communists in Venezuela and Iran that need to be dealt with, right? So it's narrative control, and I want to believe that Charlie, spoke out about Israel, spoke out about genocide, spoke out against ethnic cleansing, spoke out against, for free speech, and against the sort of forces that were doing that. But I also, can see a world in which, in the same way things were planted, Charlie's comments were also planted. The story that he was killed, for defying Israel sort of also plays into Israel's hands, where now you have every podcaster scared to say fuck Israel, and has to do, come up with basically come up with a sort of cover story. So I don't know if that's true. I think there's a way in which real peace can, come through, but it's not, by being, it would be by being transparent, by bringing people to the table to talk, and figuring out, where to go that is consistent with dignity and all of this stuff. So that's it. I'll go for that.
Let's see here. Hold on. I'm trying the chat is on fire.
I think if you read super chats, more people will be inclined to send you to Utah.
Okay, here we go. Yes, that's right, you guys. Here, while I'm pulling them up, then you can remind them about the Utah mission.
There.
Oh, Silvana. Okay. I will be sure. It doesn't show your previous message, but
I think it's earlier.
Okay, I'm not able to pull it up right now, but I promise you I will get back to you on what it was. Golly, it was something to do with Erica. Oh, were you asking
I
about
can read it for you right now.
kids? Okay.
Kelly, I heard that Erica was replaced. She has missing since September. Any thoughts?
Oh, that she was replaced, like physically.
I heard that Erica was replaced. She has missing since September. Any thoughts?
Okay, that, I don't know. Some people talk about body doubles and whatnot in the Hollywood world. I've actually spoken to someone who is a Hollywood assistant to the stars, who has told me, like, spoken to this person not just online but in real life, and outside of the context of this investigation, and who has told me that that is absolutely a thing that happens, but I have no reason to believe with any certainty that that's what's going on here. I've seen a lot of people speculate that online, but I don't know. So let me know if you do any more digging on that.
And I'll just say there's a lot of replacements, right? Tyler might be replaced with Lance. There's a gun that was replaced. There's bullets that are engraved that have been sort of dangled and then sort of put out of reach. And so there's a lot. It seems like there's a lot of baiting and switching, and whether that's the bullet, the autopsy or not the surgeon's kind of statement that was dangled and then sort of taken back, and then we have another one. Like it really seems like they threw a bunch of stuff at us, tried to figure out like what stuck, realized like not a lot of things are sticking with that story, and then are trying to like replace it with a more plausible and consistent version that we're all kind of buying. And so personally, I think it's it doesn't seem like whether we believe it or not is even important at this point. It's more like, how can we not get impeached and not get and basically cover our ass. And the gun, all of these things are seemingly there to help protect their asses, honestly.
Erica not
opposed to
replaced.
police.
She's the villain. She always been, for sure. Well,
You
thank
didn't
you,
like her with
Michelle,
that,
for weighing in.
right.
But yeah, there's a lot of folks who are dropping in their thoughts. Oh yes, this is a good point. We need a photo of her ears to see. Her hair was up at the Amfest in her, I think in her sequin suit. I want to say she had a high pony, so I don't know if it was covering her ears completely, but anyway.
I'm seeing a few more super chats if you want to do those.
Yep. We'll just kind of pop them. Okay, T.
Well done.
Yep. Good job. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you being the first in the live to drop that super. Okay. Crystal. All right. Actually, at the UVU facility, they literally had more TPUSA people there than I've ever seen in any Charlie Kirk live appearance. It looked like there was a ton of folks, especially comparing to other events. It definitely looked like they ramped up staff. Certainly, they claimed that they ramped up security, which seems quite bizarre to me. How do you ramp up the number of people, yet they're essentially all focused in directly around your person, but not taking other security measures? Just doesn't really make sense.
Yeah. I mean, there's the sort of TPUSA main, there's the TPUSA UVU chapter. There's apparently all the people that were contracted to, come and take pictures and videos of the event. There's the Leadership Institute that was, I believe, involved in some of that setup, and we're doing media interviews in the immediate aftermath, as were people from Schaefer Group. There were a whole bunch of people who did not look like students who were in the crowd. There were, people who looked like they had, you have Jason Behunin, who had law enforcement experience, part of the Department of Corrections, who was touching the mic and moving barricades and going on interviews, during a period where people were not supposed to be talking, who, worked on death row, right? So, that's on that side by the VIP section where, a whole bunch of people with connections to UVU were. there's a lot of military looking dudes in on the other side, so it's on and on and on, right? And of course it's a huge event. People are, there to have fun. People are there to listen to what what they've come to hear, a sort of debate format to whatever extent. But it seemed packed with everybody who knew their role, and you can think about if it is packed up front, are you going to be up front? And how long were those people in those seats? It seemed like there were people for a while,
Yep.
and so were they? It seemed like they had planned to come early to get those spots and be a part of whatever came next.
Yep. All right. Next up we have Patriot Tree. Mike McCash lived near me, and he and BH are the same height.
Harpo?
I guess I'm gonna do my own surveillance. Which not that I feel about matters. Oh, no. Butch Hibbs.
Butch Hibbs? Okay, I thought it was Brian Harpo.
No, because she's talking about Mike McCash. So yeah, Butch Hibbs. So I have a feel about that. Why did he stay? Yeah. So for those who don't know, Mike McCash is a famous Hollywood special effects artist, and Butch Hibbs was also there at the scene. I wish I had a little side-by-side photo that I could quickly pull up for you, but I'm going to try to just keep it moving. They do look rather similar. And so, yes, please keep us posted on that. I would love to know more.
Does Blake call him Santa, something like that?
Yeah, he calls him like Santa Jr. or Second Santa or something. I said he's more like an elf because he seems shorter, but I don't know. We'll have to have Patriot Tree coming in hot with another super chat. The beard is identical to Butch Hibbs. Where is he? No man that loves their beard will change it for anything. Take a poll, not even for a murder plot. I'm about to start my own surveillance. Stay tuned. I'm serious. Let's connect. Okay. Connect with me. You can email me. You guys, my email is kelly@kellyraybon.com. You can send me an email there, or tips, TIPS at kellyraybon.com. You can also send me a DM at Kelly Raybon, KELIRABON on X. And while we're at it, Ika, do you want to say your handle?
Sure. If you are interested in an interview with Kelly Raybon about her dreams, you can go to Fairy Tales from Ecotopia at Substack and check that out. Or if
it's in the description also of the video of the dream.
And or if you are on X, you can check me out at Ecological Crime. And that is, I was interested in criminology, specifically as it related to the environment and related things. And so that's kind of where that handle comes from. But anyway, dabble in some research, and happy to connect with anybody. I know there's a ton of characters in the space. I do try to keep it real and go max pretty hard all the time. And some people block me for that, which is fine. I will say, I'm pretty nice and always forgiving.
And he doesn't even agree with everything that I say, obviously. Y'all heard that earlier. Like, we don't, and that's the beauty of being able to have productive dialogue, right?
I hope so. And, it's people from all walks of life and different expertise are so critical in something like this, in bringing everything together in order to see things in new ways, or give insight into weak spots or blind spots. And so yeah, I recommend reaching out, making contact, and either sharing what you think, or following along and seeing what we come up with together, because it's definitely, I think, taken a lot of people's time and effort, and it goes, I think, to the question of what we'd rather do than be fed slop and like it. And I think there's a real demand and desire for justice and the truth, and I think that's commendable, and I'm happy to be a partner along the way.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, homie Joe, 1989, for the super chat. Erica Kirk had Trump axe Charlie.
Charlie.
It's a bold claim, but I will say it's not the first time that someone has considered that, thrown that one out there on the internet. Let me speak a little more generally. Do I think that this knowledge of this event spread was consented and involved approval all the way up to the tip top, all the way up to the White House, all the way up to Trump? I do. And that is, to me, proven by the unprecedented fact that Charlie's body was flown on Air Force Two, that Vice President Vance swooped in, that he made the call, as Brian Harpole said, made the call, and to Mikey McCoy, or Mikey called JD Vance and said, well, what do you need? And Brian Harpole, head of this contracted security company, while he's in the hospital, he says, an autopsy. I mean, all of that, you got, and tells that to JD Vance. All of that is so strange. And then before you know it, Charlie's body is put onto Air Force Two, whisked away to Arizona. It's just very bizarre.
Yeah.
It's never happened before. Ever. Search it yourself. And then, sorry to interrupt you. Then a few weeks later, when when former Vice President Dick Cheney passed away, he didn't get a ride on Air Force Two. He didn't get I don't know that he got a ride on anything official. And that was a man who had spent a lifetime of serving the country, like him or not. And Charlie, like him or not, had never held a political office, ever. Those are just the facts, you guys.
Yeah, if I was going to bet, I would guess he would be in on it. And if I remember correctly, Trump was in Europe at the time. I think there were protests about him regarding Epstein. There was supposed to be an Epstein vote the day Charlie was assassinated. One of the immediate things he did was, claim it was a leftist, declare Antifa in Europe, terrorist organizations. I think he put the military in different cities, and from then on, we also had this discourse about, insurrection and rioters and all of these different things. Excuse me. So, it's part of the narrative on the one hand, but also, a lot of people think Butler was faked and the assassination attempt on Trump was fake. And so, in that story, you have a miracle, another miracle, right, where it sort of just grazed his ear. You have, you have a number of anomalies, let's say, and again, you have this other conspiracy, a sort of official conspiracy that is maybe meant to take away from what actually happened. So, I invite everybody to kind of explore all of these events that are pivotal in decision making and political, the rise and fall of different, people, and think through, if they've faked one event, would they fake another event, and who are the players in that and this, and where's the overlap, and et cetera, et cetera.
For those who are late to the party, yes, this is what we are talking about. We are talking about it being staged. We are talking about it being faked. Technically, there is a difference between those two terms because in one, it would imply that it was set up, staged. In my opinion, it would imply that it was set up and staged, and then he did die. And then in the other, if it was faked, obviously, then it was, arranged, and then he did not die. But my overarching belief is that Charlie knew that one way or another, he would not be walking out of UVU that day. Do you view staged and faked that way or differently?
Yeah, well, I think, in terms of the typology of all of the theories, right, there's like Fed slop over here, and you can either believe that or you don't believe that. And then there's like Fed slop light, which is like, oh, this is just what I'm calling it, which is, oh, it was Tyler and he did all those things, but he also potentially had help from Lance and this Discord group, and maybe Hunter is part of that, and Sky Valdez, and all of these, again, these sort of planted evidence that seems to me to be staged. And then if you don't believe the Fed slop or Fed slop light, again, just my terms, then and you're sort of more like, oh no, it was the security, oh no, it was TPUSA, oh no, it was UVU, then it starts to kind of move from, the official conspiracy, which is Tyler and Lance working together, because two people make a conspiracy, to, okay, if it wasn't those two, who would have the power and the capacity to do this? And at that point, you start kind of listing a different group of people, whether that is Israel, whether that is the United States government, whether that is the Church of Latter-day Saints, whether that is the UVU military, intelligence connection, or where Tyler went before, or maybe the crowd is in on it, right? Maybe the crowd has certain locations that they're supposed to perform certain actions, right? The person, one of the security guys, runs across this stage over here. You have, a bunch of the security making movements, right, to Frank Turek and all of the different people in order to kind of get the timing right. You've got TPUSA camera people who have either been contracted or are there, and they're taking pictures of the crowd, not this body that's being kind of shuttled into the SUV, right? you've got Trump giving a performance, you've got Cash giving a performance, right? So all of these, would be this stage, right? All the world's a stage, so to speak. And depending on how big you believe it to be, that's where we get deeper and deeper into all of these relationships. That I think is one of the reasons why Candace is, got the number, or had the number one show in America and the world, even, because she is consistently giving insight into relationships that you could only know as an insider, right? But then looking from the outside, at what point does it sort of detach from what we know or can be proved? And I think that's kind of back to your point about discernment. It's really incumbent upon us to figure out what's real, what's not real. And yeah, I don't know. A few people have asked, like, so what is your actual theory? I don't know if you want to share that, or if you even know necessarily what you think is going on, or
Well, I mean, I think I've repeated a couple of times my overarching theme and the phrase that I use, that Charlie knew that one way or another he was not walking out of UVU that day. I will actually, in a few minutes, I'll pull up a photo, one of the photos that really sealed the deal for me. He appears to brace, and that was just one of the really big clues. That's not a context, like, it adds context, but it's not a context outside of the event, but it's in that moment. And to me, it just feels so raw that he is expecting, he's waiting for it's like a second, or 8/10 of a second, 7/10 of a second, something like that. Anyway, you see him close his eyes. It seems like he is bracing. That's the best way to describe it, and anticipating what's about to come. He knows there's about to be something that happens. It's perfectly on cue with Hunter's question, Hunter Kozak, who's asking the trans shooter question, which of course then ties into the trans narrative that's pushed by, as we call it, the Fed slop. And it just all, there's so much more, but it all just starts to weave this story that, to me, shows that they'd been working on it for a long time.
Yeah.
And also in regards to Hunter, for example, there's so many of these things that you might say, well, that you do say, what are the chances? Or you say, well, maybe that was a coincidence. You guys, there cannot be this many coincidences. It just doesn't happen. And Erica Kirk makes a point all the time to say she doesn't believe in coincidences. There are no such thing as coincidences. And so, if we are to take her at her word, then we shall take these things at their word too.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would wonder, are we supposed to hate Hunter? Put a 1 in the chat if you hate Hunter, right? Or a 2 in the chat if you're like cool with him. Like, he's just there. I think some of these people are meant to be, cast as certain characters. And Hunter, I think, has that relationship with ABC. Also has, I think his dad is on ABC. I know ABC, the way they've covered it, is also, Fed sloppy. Hunter, again, is also pushing that Fed slop narrative. And with the Destiny Unfuck America tour, that's a great little leftist plant to get people upset about, and so you're driven to hate these people who might have been complicit in this story that they're weaving. So there is that. The one thing I will say about Hunter, though, is he was interviewed. He got the sort of question, right? They even included the question he was asking in the criminal information document, right? So what question he was asking. Some people say he was, practicing his little head movement. I've seen video of that with music, Bon Jovi. So it's, you could argue he was singing and just getting like really into it. Check that out yourself. But he also did several interviews after, including with Erica Kirk, which was arguably not appropriate at all. And then the question he asked sort of pivoted to calling Donald Trump out. So again, it's sort of inappropriate questions, inappropriate people, but it also like makes for good TV, and he's a common character, all of that stuff. The reason I bring that up is because in the most recent court document, with the police or the investigators or attorneys doing measurements with regards to the placement of the daughter in order to figure out if she was in the line of fire and therefore, a potential victim, because that was one of the things Tyler was charged with, endangering other people with a firearm. She was not in the line of fire, which was the reason that was being given why she was not going to be called a witness, and therefore it was not relevant that the prosecutor's attorney's office should be disqualified, although they did not say that the entire premise that a gun was shot is sort of disputed or indisputed. But the reason I brought that up was because Hunter Kozak, arguably, his life would have been the person who was most endangered by that specific shot. So I assume I assume that he will be a star witness for the prosecution. And, that ties into this question. Are these people there to push a certain narrative? Have they been picked? Has this all been coordinated? Has this all been staged? And the first question or two, right? Talking about, the authenticity of Latter-day Saints versus, other versions of Christianity, and also Charlie kind of giving a little lip service to the trans community protesting that day, right? So it's, these themes are in our head as we make sense of this traumatic event that is scripted in such a way that, anybody who's not checking out what's going on in the courts, everybody's seen the probable cause or the criminal information document. Not everybody has seen the, transport motions that are getting, known convicted pedophiles, transported that are related to this case, right? Nobody has seen the request for discovery that sort of shows all of the things that would be required to make this case legit, right? People haven't necessarily read those redacted documents, and so all we have are these videos that have been put online that we're all seeing a palm gun or a cell phone shooter or this bullet coming from behind or this name any other theory you want, or others.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get us back on because there's a lot of people wanting their super chats read.
Oh, sure.
It's okay. And so I'm going to try to get us back on through those a little bit. Okay, anti-Semitism. I don't give a damn. Thank you so much for your super chat. I know you have a few of them. Anti-Semitism is on the rise. That's how they knew it would be okay, because of Palantir database on us that it tracks public interest too. JD Vance worked for Teal.
Yeah. Anti-Semitism is on the rise. Thoughts on that?
It sure seems like we are hearing a lot more about that. But I don't know if it's actually anti-Semitism or if it's more America first.
Yeah, I would say anti-Semitism arguably benefits Israel because it sort of allows for a sort of security type narrative. So that's
Mhm.
one thing
Like
I
it's a
would say.
spin. It's kind of yeah, I don't know. Oh gosh, I'm trying to think of the right word. Um, I would need to look at the data to know definitively what if anti-Semitic incidents or violence or something like that is technically on the rise, or if it is just rhetoric about Israel.
Right. And right. So you have all of these whether it's pro-Palestine, protests that are being labeled, Hamas supporters. You've got college campuses that are promoting terrorism, and anti-Semitism. That Pam Bondi is really kind of, promoting this idea. So I don't know what everybody's thoughts are on Pam Bondi. And there's this real conflation of anti-Zionism or anti-genocide with anti-Semitism, which again is a technique. That said, I think it is true that Jews get scapegoated. That is not to say the actors involved aren't Jewish, but it is to say that there is a whole lot of bias. And for me, I know, and this is with the media especially, New York Post, New York Times, Washington Post, if you search this case in those media forms, you will see Fed slop, nonstop. And so the question is, why is Israel? Why is the current administration? Why are they all pushing this Fed slop narrative? Who does it serve? To me, it seems like it does serve Israel as much as it serves TPUSA, which may be an Israeli asset laundering, money for political capital. I have no idea. But it seems coordinated in a way that can be used and weaponized against Jewish people, can be weaponized against trans individuals, can be weaponized against, any individual that you want. And the question, I think, is who benefits from that? Who is served by that? Does Israel benefit from a controlled opposition that they can, discredit? And what is Israel's role in this?
Mm-hmm.
As well as, a whole lot of Mormons that day too. So, if we're gonna focus on a religion, we can,
Or groups of people. We'll definitely include that in there too. I don't give a damn. Thank you again for the super chat. We were both planted to be next. We come from the Buckeye State. We have blue eyes. We both have backstories with strategic omissions. What two-armed ritual do adult siblings perform to prove love?
Hugs sound good.
I was thinking a hug. Yeah. I was
Maybe
thinking
a high 10. No, I don't know. I don't have siblings, so that'll be a you question.
What do you guys think in the chat? You think a hug? Yeah. I would think a hug. Well, I don't know. I don't really want Erica giving me a hug, especially when gets the hands and the back of the hair, all that. No, thank you.
A special hug. It looks like we've got 637 chats and I think 15 or 17 super chats. So if you do want us to read your thing, please fund Kelly's trip to Utah so she can. Well, I don't know. What would you do in Utah if you want to share?
Oh my gosh, I am going to go and well, I don't want to say all the things because I don't want to tip my hand. How about that? But I mean, I'm going to do what I do. Okay, you guys. I have a bunch of awards in the background from my heyday, and I think I still got it. So if you believe in me, let me go do my thing, and I promise you won't regret it, and you'll feel really good knowing that you had a piece of helping me get there and be part of seeking the truth. So,
and if I remember correctly, you are one of the few, I think, who actually, in this investigation, who have experience solving a murder and changing the law. Is that correct at all, or did I hallucinate that?
Well, both. I actually have investigated many murders, but I have helped the FBI solve a murder, a civil rights era cold case in Mississippi, one that they had put out a press release. A whole host of civil rights cold cases that they just couldn't seem to solve. And I saw it and I said, let me see what I can do. So literally, my videographer and I went down to the small little town in Mississippi and got to it. But yeah, I did research, of course, ahead of time, and yeah, it was amazing how none of these people had even been contacted by the FBI. Sadly.
Yeah. So if you want another murder to be solved, again,
I know how to do it. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I've done it before. We'll say. I don't know if this one is a pretty tall order, but
especially when no one's actually
if there wasn't, I was like, yeah, if there even really was a murder, but and pretty big forces.
One question that came up was, and this has been a theory for a few different people. I think Barron has said, it might have been a shape charge as well as electricity, as well as maybe, a faux gunshot. And so, everything is potentially happening at the same time in order to ensure that he's not walking out there. And I guess I wonder what you think about that. And also this question of like, maybe it was supposed to be faked, but then they, I don't know, slammed his head onto a, metal suitcase or something. The camera.
Equipment case. Equipment case. Yeah. I sent the equipment case. Yeah. I sent that.
Exactly,
I sent that to you.
Or maybe, the, I actually don't know.
Yes. Okay.
But was it faked or and then it actually he was actually killed?
Right. So was the intention or whether the intention or the Charlie thought that it was going to be fake day and then it became real in that moment? It's certainly possible. But you guys, let's think through this. Did we see reactions from people both immediately and then in the days and the weeks that followed that would match with that? But most importantly, immediately, did people even look sad there? The staff, at least? The staff who loved Charlie, supposedly, right? Who I mean, Charlie was their livelihood. They'd spent day in and day out with him. It just is harder for me to wrap my head around the idea that he was surrounded by people who knew that they were going to be involved in his murder that day, or saw him be really murdered, versus those being surrounded by people who were assisting him in getting out the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, to me, the UVU president was weird. Did a little dance recently, kind of giving a summary of the of 2025 right before she announced her retirement. You know, and it really, and it seemed like her goal, and arguably what this entire thing's goal seemed to be, was to demonstrate that, and maybe before I say this, as far as I know, Utah passed a law that stopped any DEI programs from continuing. Those DEI programs, including the LGBTQ plus community, women's center, etc., were housed in Low C. This is from a different source. And as a result, there was a period of time in that building that was that nothing was going on. And so, to me, you have all of that money, and then that money is sort of terminated, and you have Samir, who's a student in a leadership position, who also seems like part of the Glee Club or LGBTQ. You have the protesters in that spot with different signs that say different things. You have the trans commentary. You have the backstory of trans shooters, and you have this moment and this event in which we are all called to sort of say, this was a failure of communication, and all Charlie wanted was to communicate and free speech and dialogue, and that was cut short by this radical leftist trans aligned shooter who is probably a psychopath, connected to all of these other things, and and that's it, right? And now we have this memorial that was with a lot of fireworks. We've got where Stephen Miller and Jack Posobiec are talking, and then you've got this Antifa summit meeting with another list of characters. You've got all of these different things, and the goal of the UVU TPUSA chapter now, this group that organized the event that allegedly had their president murdered, is trying to create a like a statue to I guess either idolize Charlie or try to mythologize him potentially, or if you believe that what they're doing is good, then symbolize dialogue, right? And so anyway, for me, being in a high school and a college where there were some theatrics by students who were involved in putting on a event that is supposed to convey a moral lesson, like this all seems very aligned with that. And especially if the UVU students are number one in like national security and getting defense contracts with CIA and NSA and all of these different groups, right? As well as having UVU police chief and people on the board with military intelligence backgrounds or just military backgrounds, on top of the LDS, on top of the FBI caches, all of these things coming together. I could very easily see it being planned to share a lesson that is used for political purposes. And that same school was conducting experiments that were designed to figure out if people could tell AI apart from non-AI and how that would influence their political decisions, right? So all of that is red flags for me. And one of the reasons why I don't trust anyone, including, the sources of those videos, which, may or may not have been edited in ways that we can talk about forever while not getting the real scoop. So
Okay. All right. We're going to wind it back to the super chats if we can. And all right. Let's keep going. So I did not have a chance to just acknowledge the last one. Sorry, let me wind back. You guys, I apologize.
This is an interesting comment.
Yes. Let's see. The answer you're looking for is augmented reality performed live from a military grade spoofed Wi-Fi connection. The whole was a blurry overlay on some phones, not visible in real life. Case closed. Well, Gregory Busey, I don't know how you say it, but I would love to discuss your theory further. If you can, please email me, kelly@kellyraybon.com. If you're on X, you can send me a DM at Kelly Raybon. That's KELIRABON. Would love to chat more with you. With that being so specific, it sounds quite like you maybe have some more info where that came from. Okay.
If I remember correctly, the UVU review editor also works for a company doing augmented reality.
Mhm.
So as far as I know, she was the one trying to get the Blake's video back. And so, take that for what it is.
All right. So this person, let's see, in chat, Faith and Truth said, in chat, this guy had said that Charlie was intended to be a ritual sacrifice to fulfill a prophecy. I have heard that idea some online, and I'll tell you, I have not looked. It is on my list of many things to look into when it comes to some of these beliefs. Okay. And if anyone wants to school me on it, by all means, send me the information. You guys, I'm one person. I am, I'm a single mom and a solo entrepreneur trying to do this stuff, in my spare time. And it has become my all the time. So any, details that you can give me, I always do my own research, but any leads that you can give me to help break it down for me in, the best way helps me to be able to then chase it down and inform others.
Yeah. I mean, there's Israel, there's Catholics, there's evangelicals, there's Mormons, there's demons. Apparently, there's a lot, right? So as we converge on prophecy and a very particular discourse, it is absolutely the case that people may be taking things in their own hands, immanentizing the eschaton. Project Bluebeam, I think, has been discussed at some time, sort of reenacting the second coming for a one world government. So, take your pick on the conspiracies that it's connected to, but definitely, Christianity is being leveraged and weaponized in ways that we might all consider, thinking twice.
Patriotic Tree, thank you so much. Again, enough is enough. If he wasn't shot, look at Mike McCash. I promise you, I am looking at Mike McCash. I have been looking at him from early on. There's a significant difference there, but since you are boots on the ground, I look forward to talking with you more about that one. Okay.
I think Jordan Henshaw's theory of faked death also draws on that thesis as well, in terms of the prosthetic neck. So check out Jordan, and yeah.
Yep. I don't give a damn. Arnold Ventures funded 6AC, Sixth Amendment Center. 6AC built Utah Indigent Defense System placed in executive branch. Cox, so Governor Cox, I assume, controls. Cox oversees DCFM paving. Okay, and then the system over Robinson's lawyers. Well, that breaks a whole lot down for us.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna take I can find my phone here. I know how to get in touch with you, so I've got that going for me, but I'm still going to take a photo.
Yeah, and that's, things like this I think are especially important in terms of understanding who the agencies are, who what the different actions that are happening, where they're coming from. And Cox was instrumental in selling this narrative that he got wrong, and but also, what's the relationship between him and Phil Lyman, who I think is another political candidate here. So there's so many things. The new Utah FBI special agent in charge, the new Utah State Bureau of Investigation, person in charge, the new judge, right? The lawyers from California, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
I gotta tell the chat. Y'all be nice to each other. Can you see how kind I am? How patient and tolerant I am? How much I adore all of you. Okay. Can we should we, I wish I could do a sound bath, or a little woosah for everybody, but can we all get along for a minute? Okay. Ooh, all right. That feels much better.
and
Please,
I think
no ugly words to each other or to me or to Eco. Okay. Cool it. Thank you.
you're welcome to say mean things to me. I can take it.
I mean, look, I've seen everything tonight from that I needed Botox to my hair was ugly to I needed lip filler to whatever. So anyway, enough comments on that, or that I was, that was on the mild side. My looks, you can comment on whatever, but I don't like when I see people saying ugly things to each other. So that's really what I'm trying to say. Y'all be nice to each other, please.
Yeah, I think conflict resolution is definitely a lost art for sure. But and there's conflict for sure, and rightfully so. But I think in the same way Erica forgave that young man, let's forgive that young woman and all the rest of these people, while also holding everyone accountable.
There we go. All right. So Silvana, thank you for your super chat. Okay, what Charlie's shirt? When he was shot, he had a Freedom logo shirt on. However, when his security team picked him up, his shirt was completely white. That one, I've seen that circulating online. I have not been able to substantiate that. I don't know about you, Eco, but I think that it's a little twisted around. I don't know. It's hard to say if they swapped a shirt behind the behind the table. I don't see why they would really need to, because they got him out of there in like 15 seconds. So, and they had enough guys covering him, it's like all these, big beefy guys, and you think that anyway,
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of pictures. I've
very
never.
strange.
He seems to be pretty. You can't really even see his head or much. So he does have very white shoes. I will say for the longest time, or not the longest time, but at one point I thought, they had shuffled him down the trap door and pulled out a fake body from under the table, which I was, thought might be the case and for a while there. But yeah, I also don't think that's necessary for anything. And with the possible exception that Charlie's big and weighs a lot and couldn't be picked out. But yeah, I don't know about that.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Everybody feeling a little better now? Now let's take a big deep breath. All right.
A lot of things on Erica.
Okay, thank you, Patriot Tree. Look, why did he stay? And she's talking about Butch Hibbs. The whole time. He didn't even know CK. Watch MM YouTube vids. He even has the same kind of shirt in his YouTube vids. Same beard. Yeah, Mike McCash YouTube videos. I know. Gosh, we should have prepped a side by side beforehand, but it'll take me a second, but it's okay. I want to keep moving through here, but we can do a whole thing on all of that, you guys. Like I said, this is just the first of this. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of I'm happy to be the champion for the cause, and so you can count on me until I believe that I've been totally disproven that I'm gonna keep trucking along on this. So I promise it's only going to get better from here with more and more visuals and things like that. And when I know the questions that people are asking and the things that they really want to hit on, it's going to help me be able to shape the conversation more, in addition to the laundry list of things that I have to tell you guys about as well.
And I'm just thinking, like, Butch, I think, was one of those figures in the Adam Bartholomew video, which, on the one hand seems staged in many ways, right? Going, meeting these different people, and you and Blake, I think, talked a lot about that over the past couple videos. But on the one hand, I wonder, like, how Butch got there in the first place, and maybe, his ride sort of zoomed out of there before he could get a ride, and so he's sort of calling his friends and asking when they're going to pick him up.
Yeah, but he could have gone inside. He could have gone and sat down, taken a seat inside.
And the other thing is, he is intentionally moving into the camera space. And so, what does it mean when there's a suspicious character who you see in the camera? Is that there for you to see, or is that something that you weren't meant to see that you are seeing? And making decisions based on those two scenarios might get you to different places.
Gotcha. Okay.
the blood seemed pouring out of his neck seemed fake to me.
Yeah, I agreed. Yeah, the blood seemed very fake. It seemed the wrong color. It seemed the wrong amount. Just
It,
wrong,
it
wrong, wrong.
it also looked like it was just sliding off of his shirt. I thought most of the blood, at least. There was like a little bit of blood, and so in my theory, there is a squib. It hits the shirt, and so you can do that for the people there, and then you come over and do some editing and make a lot more blood, and then along with keyly placed people for interviews, you can drop a narrative in there.
Yeah.
Just my
Okay. So I don't know. I don't know if I can read that whole long name, but stop in traffic. Jesse on Fire offered $40K to Hunter for a polygraph. Look, I felt like that amount was climbing over the last several months. Did Hunter ever say yes? Because I do recall at one point, gosh, I don't know, maybe it was like a few weeks ago, that it sounded like Jesse had a phone call with Hunter, but I don't know if anything came of it.
Yeah.
So if they haven't done the polygraph yet, it must not have.
Yeah, I like Jesse. I think he has pushed Fed slop in the past. He has a very sort of anti-leftist bias, I think, and so Hunter, Destiny, Lance, are all kind of big targets, and I know he's got a dark web guy, but I'd check sources on that, and also there were a lot of social media handles associated to Lance a lot, and if you run those down, a lot of them don't have anything, and other things like his Blue Sky account. I think Lance has like one follower who he follows, and like one or two posts, right? So again, is this like signs of a legit account, or is it just there to sort of be planted? And same with Crooks, like Crooks's YouTube accounts have some messaging. Were those planted? Were those recovered? You can ask Tucker Carlson one thing, you can ask FBI another thing, you can ask anti-fascists some other things, and like everybody's got their own narrative.
Echo, I think your camera shifted, so it's like underneath. There we go. There we go. That's okay.
I'll also say, if I remember correctly, Blake Bednarz has also offered a reward for anybody who can engrave bullets the way they were supposedly engraved. I want to say I think that's true. You might want to check in with Blake before you answer that. But yeah, like easy money, right? And yet for some reason it's not being claimed, right? Apparently there's $500,000 on the table for the January 6th shooter, and nobody took that up, even though a few people claimed that they had information. So is this real? Who knows?
Who knows? Patriot Tree coming in clutch tonight. We have definitely got to talk. I was almost a deserologist. I got to tell you guys, I've never heard of that word before. But anyway, for career, hands would never turn that color in a million years. So we need to stick to what we know. The rest is a distraction. I love that that essence, the essence of what you're saying, and keeping that at the forefront of our minds. Kind of like with the discernment idea, I think stick with what we know, with what we see. So I kept getting so frustrated when people were fighting and bickering about, Fort Huachuca and this and that. I'm like, you guys, there's a treasure trove of things in the videos that we have already. Just let's go back to basics, investigate what we know. We have enough that we've not even sifted through properly with like a really critical look. So thank you for that sentiment. Your thoughts?
Yeah, apparently a deserologist is a mortuary cosmetologist. So in terms of the orange hands of Charlie, yeah, those looked suspect, especially the size difference with Erica's. What I'll mention is that I forget who it was. Was it Lauren, the mortuary person
Mhm.
who was
Yes.
okay? She did not have a problem with it. She did say that the orange hands were not well done, but all of that was totally normal. And then I believe Colvette, Stephen Gardner, and a bunch of other people used Lauren the mortician as a person with expertise who knows about these things. So I'm glad we have our own expert, Patriot Tree, to kind of balance that out a bit. But
Mhm.
again, it goes to these planted people potentially who are there to sell a narrative. Again, nothing against any of them, and I don't know this for sure, but it very much seems like certain people are planted on YouTube for other YouTubers to quote as authorities on the subject so that they can put conspiracies to bed. And when it doesn't hold, those conspiracies, come back and people have a say. So apparently, Tool Druid does not trust the mortician at all. She easily could have been paid. Multiple morticians since then have also said it was a poor job, and his button was missing, hands were misplaced. Yeah, I mean, we're all interpreting all of this stuff, right? And what are your thoughts?
Okay, Scout's Honor, I am going to contact my mortician friends this week. What do you know? I have friends who own a mortuary in my small town where I grew up. Okay, and I will put in the call, put in the text, and I will get an opinion from
Nice.
someone who is totally unbiased and absolutely not involved and not a YouTube content creator or a Instagrammer or an anything. Okay. We'll
I
see.
see. Yeah, I see. Tool Druid also mentioned Charlie was quoted as saying, in regards to Jewish donors at TPUSA, all the stereotypes forcing me to abandon the Israeli cause. They were not happy with this. Yeah. And where are these billionaires getting their money? What are they doing with it? What are TPUSA has what, hundreds of millions at this point. I'm not entirely sure the exact number, but it does seem like there's something going on with TPUSA, and whether that's just to support conservative politicians is one question. But if it is a foreign psychological operation that is also meant to do some interesting things with the election, as was found to be the case, but then the person involved, I think, was pardoned by Trump. You've got some questions that are relevant to these shady dealings.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Eric asks, if you wanted to fake your death and had all the support you needed, along with the fact that you would not give anything up to do it, plus at least 20 million, would you do it? Okay, chat. We need you guys to weigh in. I want you to type yes if you would do it, type no if you would not.
I mean, the premise of this question is, if you wanted to fake your death, would you do it? And so everything else just seems like gravy. Yeah, I'll take 20 million to fake my death for sure.
I mean, that would be like if you personally wanted to do it, but there are like a whole lot of, things that come along with that if you are just going off into the sunset by yourself.
Yeah, no, I'd probably take my dog with me and a few others.
Oh, but what if it was just you? What if you couldn't take anything? We're not talking
Understood.
about going to your, the deserted island and getting to
Uh-huh.
bring 3
No,
items.
that's for sure. That's for sure. All right, I'd have to think about it if I couldn't bring my dog. But it does go to the question of like, why would Charlie fake his death? And the motivation behind that. I know Jordan has suggested that it was to get into witness protection program, and so the Valhalla thing is a WITSEC place in New Zealand, I guess. So was he being targeted by Israel or another country, and faked his death to get out of that? That could be one option. Was it to frame a certain part of the country in order to get Trump able to pass certain executive orders that could securitize the country on behalf of Israel? Like, that could be another version of it. I've also heard like the UK was and this is actually like a real death theory, but the UK facilitated the assassination of a US Israeli asset after Israel tried to murder all of the Palestinian peace party, but missed. And so this was retribution, right? So anyway, so you've got so many different perspectives, so many different theories, all based on different positions that people have. And yeah, what's yours, Kelly? What's the
I just have to laugh at this really fast.
sure.
Occam is rolling over in his grave
Mhm.
for Occam's razor.
Yeah, well, what's the other one, right? Never attribute to malice what can be attributed to
Oh man.
stupidity or incompetence. Again, I think this is bad logic, in the sense that you are required to choose the most simple version, right? Well, if that's the entire logical sort of assumption behind that, then the CIA can sort of build in complexity into their operation and then call anybody out who is bringing that up a conspiracy theorist, and they just need to cut away the complexity. Gary, Paramount, all these Fed sloppers have used that same line. And what they won't sort of tell you is they're engaged in it as much as possible, right? Oh, like, why does the wound look weird? Well, that must be because, it had this movement in the air that explains that. Oh, why is there no exit wound? Well, because, Charlie's neck was strong as steel and it took this pathway, and, that's the case, right? Oh, why was it Hunter sort of there saying this question about trans shooters and this occasion happens? Well, that's, you got, you know, and on and on and on. And so who is doing the shaving with Occam's razor? You know, if we shave off all of the bullshit, I think we come to the conclusion that that it might have been staged, and all of this other stuff about, you know, this theory or that theory of death and what have you is bullshit that can be cut away.
Yeah. I don't give a damn. Thank you again for the super. Who shows up fast when tragedy hits? Flying to you and emotionally available. Which grown adults treat public hugging as it's part of childhood survival?
Yeah. The benevolent paternalistic state, maybe. You know, we were, and I think Erica's kind of taking on this sort of motherly role where it's like, you know, this is what we should do. You can either be a terrorist like a person who shot my husband, or you can be a great American like Charlie was. And it's
No,
like,
it should be. Well, in theory, it should be. I mean, your parents and or your siblings. You know, I think like those who are your blood. I think that's the point that she's trying to
yeah,
make. Is where were the siblings in this? And we know that at least Erica has one, as far as I know of, and I think Charlie has one. And so it's like, where are these people? And I mean, even with the dynamic between Charlie's parents and Erica seemed very strained. I had asked since the beginning I mean, not that Candace reads her Instagram posts and the comments and whatnot, but I mean, I'd wondered, like, Candace, did you ever even really meet those kids? Did you ever spend any time with Charlie's children or one of them that wasn't in a photo op? I'm curious.
yeah,
But I mean, even his parents, I thought that she'd said early on that Candace had some kind of relationship with his parents or knew them or had spoken to them, anything like that. Um, and yeah, I mean, I can understand them maybe wanting privacy, but man, you know, if in fact your child was murdered, or some say assassinated, um, I just think you would speak out. You'd want to speak out.
yeah, and grieve together. There's been there's been a quick turn to raise money and sort of put on a bright face and you know, get Vance elected. And
Well, that started right from the jump, I think, with Erica even making sure to, from the very first address to the nation that she made after 9/10, I think it was like 2 days later, let's see, I guess the 12th, uh, where she made sure to by name thank very emphatically and dramatically JD Vance and President Trump. Oh, how he loved you and you loved him too. And oh, thank you know, JD. And then it just became this entire part of the narrative.
yeah, yeah, I mean, and that narrative was set, you know, from the press conference, from the, you know, the exact question that was being, you know, asked, from the, you know, memorial to the, you know, everything. I'm seeing a comment that Andrew Colvett erased everything on his X account and everything before 10/10/25 on his Instagram. Begs suspicion. Apparently, there's been a lot of erasing things
Mm. And replacing.
and replacing. Yep, and TPUSA blocking people who are critical and wanting to set a narrative that is unbelievable, but is doing what it needs to do to get people to act on it. So
let's see here. We just had another super chat come in.
oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, Tool Druid. There was no blood trail when security carried Charlie. His shoes were pearly white. The girl filming near the SUV was pointing her camera away from Charlie as security put him into the SUV. Very bizarre. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. I have that video, you guys. If you are joining from my YouTube, it is on my video page. Well, if you click the specific like video category, it's one of the first ones that's there in talking about some of the bizarre things that were happening that day. It just all leads to the idea of it being very staged.
Right. And intentionally not filming the body put into the car or the security, right, which is the center of the action in this scene, but instead filming people's reactions to that is very intentional with regards to what you've got in the frame. And so yeah, and you can make interpretations on that.
Oh man. Okay. Well, we just crossed over the 3-hour mark. How are you feeling? Are you ready to kind of wrap it up for
I
the
can go.
night?
I can keep going. I think we've got now. I'm guessing 1,000 chats in the live. Unfortunately, we're probably not going to get to all of those. What do you think? You want to keep going, or you want to take a?
Yeah, we
break?
have. I mean, it shows that we have at least right now over 1,400 people watching live.
Cool. Hey,
Yeah. So thank you guys so much for being here.
send Kelly a super chat. Send her
Yes,
to
please.
Utah. Let's
Send me to Utah.
solve
I can
this
really-
murder or fake murder.
Mhm.
I'm seeing homie Joe 1989 asking what do you both think about Candace Owens' theory about the way he died and about Turning Point has something to do with it. And any question we ask or answer, feel free to answer yourselves in the chat. Yeah, what do you think of Candace Owens' theory so far? With all its twists and turns.
Well, I would say that Candace Owens is hosting the Candace Show. And we should remember that she hosts the Candace Show and not the Charlie Kirk Investigation Show. That's what I'll say.
Nice. Yeah. She's had some good episodes and she's had some episodes that dragged. I was suspect of her when from the beginning, just not providing all of the evidence that she had. I could sort of understand the logic on face value of this is what she does for a living, and so she's going to use her show to do it. But and along with that, when she at the time I was into a white shirt, cell phone, camera gun guy, and hadn't seen any evidence to suggest it was not him at that time. I currently don't think it's him. But when she said, the shot came from the front and I'm not going to, show you the video or pictures, I was like, that's proof that would solve this and, sort of cut a bunch of other theories. Like, why wouldn't you? We're supposed to take your word for it. And then this other thing with the in the court and the lip reading, that was another thing. So for me, there have been one example after another where we're required to trust her anonymous source, and that's not good enough for me. And so what I have done myself is sort of bracket everything Candace says as separate, and then assume in certain scenarios everything Candace says is true. In other scenarios, everything she says is false. And other things, it's a little bit of both, and see how the story changes with all of those different propositions. So that's how I do it. At this point, it's entertaining for sure. I do watch it pretty regularly also, but she also seems to have her finger not only on the pulse of the investigation, and possibly probably selecting what she wants to push and what to avoid, but she also seems like she has knowledge operating at a higher level than any of us, and so it's good to be open, I think, and integrate it, even if we're skeptical. So that's what I'll say about that, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm trying to share a few of the differing opinions right now. It's important to pay attention to what's not happening when you suspect that you are being lied to. For sure, that's part of that discernment.
Yeah.
And then a moment ago, I had up, let's see, I'll pull this one back up. Comment, this was not old school movie magic, squibs, etc. That's too hard to control. This was a blurry and badly executed augmented reality. Overly on the phones, could see no one died.
If you have proof of that, I am down to see it. There, in terms of plausibility, I would say that might be on the lower version, but again, just because it's implausible does not mean it's true. And so there you go.
And I love this. Okay, I wish people would accept that he's dead. This is not a murder mystery novel. But then we have Jordan Henshaw. Oh, this is the best murder mystery novel.
I love that. And
Yeah.
I'm also seeing Nick's vids or something saying, "No conspiracy. The Tyler dude is the guy. Please stop." That is the case that nobody has proved yet. Certainly, the story is that, and you are welcome to accept the story. However, the reason we go to trial is because people are, innocent until proven guilty, and the defense has its work cut out for them. And we get to sort of sit behind a screen and kind of watch it and have commentary. But I don't know. It's depending on what you believe. There may be an innocent person in jail. There may be a person who's dead. There may be, it's all fabricated, and the government or a foreign government is pulling a fast one on us. It's all pretty fucked up, and I would not trust that story for shit.
Rage bait live stream.
Oh yeah. If you want us to rage bait people, please send us a super chat, and we will be happy to read your rage bait.
I feel like we are cool, calm, and collected, considering we're talking about something pretty, the masses believed was very violent, and unfortunately is stuck in a lot of people's minds.
And I will say, it is it's like you might go schizophrenic, when you're considering all of these things, right? Because here you're told like the simple story, and then you have Range Day Bro talking about a shot from the plant behind him, and that's corroborated with these sound analyses that are also doing that. But then, oh shoot, here's this guy on the side of him. There's also camera gun guy. There's also the dude running around, and so we're already balancing all of these potentials, right? And then you come in with a fake death theory, and all of a sudden, like, literally all of your premises have just been thrown out the window, and it's completely disorienting, and it's completely like on another level of the conspiracy, and it makes you paranoid potentially. It makes you question reality, right? Which are all techniques of a psyop, right? In order to discredit the information that you're even intaking, so that you can't orient yourself or make decisions, right? Or take actions. And so we are all like frozen as we're listening to people chat about whatever it is that they're saying. And I don't know. I like this theory myself. I've resonated with it. I think it because I'm hopeful that the main story isn't true, because it's just disbelievable to me. But also because it means our false flags are getting less and less violent by the day, I suppose. And we don't need to take down a couple buildings or a few buildings to get people to go to war. You can stage a thing and plant some stories in the news, and people still aren't buying it, right? So I don't know. The problems are just as intense and great, but it seems like they're getting a little bit more precise about the bullshit, so that it's causing a whole lot of collateral damage.
As Roller Skate Texas Girl said, no rage needed. We have peace here. Thank God. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know where here is, but I thank God there's peace where it is, because there's a whole lot of places where that is a fairy tale, and happy endings happen, but they usually happen in the kid versions. And
what about in the fairy tales?
Well, that's what I'm saying. A lot of fairy tales, and if you check my Substack, you can see the evolution of fairy tales, and also dream research and all this stuff. But yeah, there's monsters, there's murder, there's sacrificing your friend, there's the journey from stupidity to success, and you might have to, I don't know, club an ogre or something, but it is the journey that is necessary for you to get to a place of maturity. And until we do that, we are silly little fools that are living, in a dreamland.
Mm-hmm. Lots of chat about the concrete that was put there to cover up what Alyssa Kelly says was the neurotoxin that you can't get rid of from the plastic pieces from the explosion. That is definitely a theory. The crime scene designation was brutal. The cleanup was deplorable. The way that they dug it up and switched it up was unheard of.
Yeah. I ran this by a friend who was in the FBI. who also now works like private security, and he was a lot less alarmed about that than I was. In his rationale, that is totally normal because you don't want to have students traumatized by blood that is painted all over the ground. And so I could see a world in which that is okay. However, that is extremely problematic because of the comments that you're making, or that somebody's making with regards to residue from this or that, or if there's bullet fragments or what have you. And the defense no longer has that as an option to investigate. And so what does it say when the prosecution is sort of destroying all of the evidence that the defense would need to have a second take? You can make a case to the jury like, hey, is it plausible that we covered up evidence, or is it plausible that we're thinking of the children? It's going to be the jury's call. It's going to be all of our call. I think a lot of us have made the call already. But again, all they're looking for, I think, is plausible deniability, and that story kind of being sensitive to the trauma would cover that story. So
Yep.
There's that.
I don't give a damn. Thank you so much. You're so generous. Really appreciate your support. You're going to help me get to Utah. Utah Attorney's Office Executive Oversight seeking death penalty, first in 17 years.
Mhm.
I didn't realize that. Cox signed DP, death penalty, secrecy law.
Interesting.
24 hides maybe
Execution.
it must mean execution, not executive. Execution team people, and Cox controls execution. Wow. I need you on my research team, okay? I know we've been talking at length, but we're gonna have to get at it tomorrow.
Yeah, if you read the California lawyers' histories and kind of their CVs, which I think is included in the docket, the entire expertise of this team is to get the person, the defendant, off of death row and into, I think, life without parole. And so what I'm expecting is some deal to be made. Maybe that is to hide embarrassing information, take the life in prison route, and then we don't get that trial, right? So it would seem to me, at least, being not very knowledgeable of all of these processes, that could be a scenario that would allow for all of the narratives to continue without shutting any of them down, while also giving the political narrative fuel to make decisions in the upcoming months and years. So,
all right, Wayne Mason, I know it is unlikely for me to ever convince you otherwise, my friend. You are stuck in your position, and I appreciate that about you. However, I'm going to make it my mission. Okay, to read your comment now. 6,000 eyeballs, 100 plus videos being filmed, broad daylight, up close and personal. It never happened. LMAO. Well,
yeah. You want to take a crack at this first?
Look, first of all, never say never. Because there's a whole lot going on. There's a whole lot going on. You forget perhaps that UVU is entrenched and drenched in um, CIA and Fed ties. Okay. They have programs there that are top notch. It is not just a feeder school to these elite government intelligence programs, but they compete at a high level. Every year, we just this week watched a State of the University speech from the university president boasting about how they are the best in the nation. Do I have, as I've told you, do I have this entire thing figured out down to the nth degree? No, I don't. But I can tell you we're on the track. And th- the it just feels clear to me. Between religion, which I mean the LDS connection is also a powerful component. And we know that TPUSA is flush with cash. Money talks and keeps people from talking. So when you consider, uh, high level intelligence, jobs, for kids coming out of college, religious ties in one of, in Utah of all places, and and the ability to have an organization with a whole lot of money. I think those are some serious factors to take into account. Oh, I can't hear you. Oh, hold on.
Sorry. Yeah, what I would say to that is, with the assumption that 3,000 people are there, um, you know, based on the prosecution's response or reply, I forget, to the defense's motion to disqualify, on the basis of the daughter of a supervising attorney being there and giving information to him that Charlie Kirk was shot, thus, establishing the premise that he was killed by a gunshot, which in turn, influenced the prosecution's investigation, arguably, which is why the defense is trying to disqualify them. It was said that the daughter was looking away from the stage at the precise moment he was shot. And so, not all of those eyeballs are on Charlie, for one. For two, Charlie was shot in the left side of his neck as he sort of fell backwards into the left. And so people on an entire side would likely not have that visual as well. And so you have a very select, in the audience, only certain people are getting that view. With regards to the 100 cameras that were there, I certainly have not seen 100 videos. I think I've seen less than 20. And those 20 do not show Tyler Robinson anywhere in that picture. So you have out of 3,000 people, you have a dozen or a dozen and a half videos that are showing what we're meant to see, which is this anomalous gunshot wound, let's say, as well as they're immediately stopped, and there are people who sort of point to a specific direction and say gunshot came from there, but again, like, if they are there to plant information, then are you going to take these witnesses as authentic, or is this all part of the charade? So anyways, those are some of the questions that I would have from that question. But yeah, it's a ludicrous position to take that this could all be fake, and I think we are in the we are potentially of the opinion that like we are living in clown world, and the ludicrous nature of the operations that are being perpetuated against us are too absurd to ignore at this point. So yeah, money, religion, and intelligence. And when you've got a military campus that is involved in applied AI, with the while testing what applied AI does when it comes to political, positions, you've got all the makings for a staged fake death here. Here, here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's see here, but I will make sure to show this one. I don't know about you. I am running out of steam a little bit, but I'm so excited that we have so many people interested in this. That means that we have a lot more to discuss in future episodes. But I did want to pull up, hold on. We all of a sudden got a bunch of chats just coming in right there. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Just for the sake of it, I had to put Wayne's comment back up. He believes that we refuted nothing, extraordinary claims. Wayne, you just buckle up, Buttercup. We got more to come, but it's okay. Also, like, time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to like. You can read the charging document and sort of see the holes, right? You can check the timelines, right? You can do experimental testing with the ballistics, right? You can do all of the things, and ultimately the FBI and Utah are the ones who have exerted control over all of the evidence, right? So anything that we come up with is going to be, open sourced and or potentially a well-placed interview or whistleblower, et cetera, I think. And Kelly, you might have some thoughts on what would refute it, but again, there's nothing to prove it either, right? There's no autopsy, there's no paperwork that sort of identifies that these things actually did happen. All of that is being hidden with the intention of having it go to court, which keeps getting delayed and may never actually happen, right?
And let's remember who controls the ability to release some of this stuff and has from day one. Okay? TPUSA, Erica, I mean, look, she could have shared this stuff. I feel even from the first day, from 9/10, from September 10th, did we hear her begging, or anyone really begging for people to please help find Charlie's killer? No. Certainly not Erica and the core people there. I think there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Let me put up a few more super chats. We've got because I do think I'm like we've got a few more super chats I want to squeeze in here before we run. Okay. All right. CK tweet. Utah Governor Spencer Cox should be expelled from the Republican Party. Why? Cox vetoed trans sports ban, supported trans-informed consent. So that's a good point. And maybe next time we can pull up, there was even, I know somewhere on my computer, I have some video actually of Charlie speaking about Spencer Cox negatively. He was not the biggest Spencer Cox fan, at least, in some statements as of the last year or so.
Yeah, and I think he's literally potentially quoting Charlie's tweet there. Yeah, I'll say that Spencer Cox has looked very stupid with this, and that may be a goal, where he is sort of in charge of all of this that is, being completely, thrown upside down, and does not look competent by any means. I think something similar happened with whatever was going on in the Brown University. And so, in terms of staging events that are meant to make, authorities look idiotic, or sort of remove any faith or credibility in those institutions, potentially part of the PSYOP. I don't know if Phil Lyman, who I think is maybe a contender, and also participant, has anything to do with those optics. But like I said, I'm skeptical of everything. Certainly not a fan of Governor Cox, and Utah needs to figure their shit out, is my thought. But I say that from someone who's not represented by the Utah representatives. So
there you go. There you go. Okay, and then I don't give a damn. Thank you again, Senator M. McKell is Cox's brother-in-law, UVU adjunct professor. Assassination site sponsored SB 127, SB 297, troubled teen reform bills. I'll have to look in a little further to those. I am not familiar with those.
Interesting. Yeah, I think you might need to get I Don't Give a Damn on this show.
Right? I know. I don't give a damn. We're gonna have to get you a spot in the stream.
Yeah, and maybe I Don't Give a Damn. I think that's probably your X account. So anybody wants to head on over and give them a follow, you might get a little chance to see some of this stuff. Yeah,
don't be giving everybody else all the good stuff, though. You got to save some for me, okay?
There was a conversation, I think, immediately following the shooting of maybe a Democrat and a Republican who were sort of on UVU for a conversation, right, to sort of model what respectful political dialogue looked like. And that was a point of pride for the UVU president, some months later, along with UVU students being the number one, I think this is what she said, the number one most tolerant students or tolerant campus in the nation, right? So, and the reasoning was because they said they wouldn't shout anybody down, right? So, again, what are the staged events that are being put into sequence in order to leverage this entire, narrative or story towards ultimately the goal of whatever this is? I think clarifying, what happened in the past, what happened at this event really helps, clarify the trajectory of where we're going. And if it's somewhere we don't like, figuring out how to derail that as quickly and effectively as possible. So thank you all for sharing your comments, for sure, both here and elsewhere. And I know, there are a lot of comments who are making great points and giving really good information. And I think that's what I've loved most about just being, a viewer, being able to see some of this stuff. And you never know. Maybe we have the next Mitch dropping a super chat that we sort of don't even notice to break the next part of the case. So anyway.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. Let's see. Okay, this is okay. Hey Kelly. Oh, hey Ivan. Let me say hey Ivan first. But hey Kelly, get in maybe contact with Charles McClintock Wilson. I think he has a photo that you might want to see.
I think Charles McClintock Wilson has a photo that we would all like to see. And this was the alleged photo of Charlie, I believe, which is too gruesome to show anybody except for Baron and Ian. I'm not entirely sure who got to see this photo, but
I would assume Ian, but if we didn't hear that directly, but yeah.
Yeah. So McClintock, please post that. I think we'd also like to know how he got from the place he was standing when Charlie got shot to the place where he took that photo of Charlie being carried out, while also taking that picture of that was too gruesome, while everybody was getting small and taking cover and moving in different directions while Charlie got taken out in 15 seconds. So, yep, would love to see that photo, and maybe Kelly, you can be the one to get it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That would disprove the narrative, I think, of fake death. So if McClintock wants to end this real quick, he knows how to do it.
I gotta see the photo. It depends. It depends on what the photo looks like.
Yeah, for sure.
Know? And on that note too, you guys, we think, or at least me, I'll speak for myself, that things that are coming out this far after the event, I think have to be viewed with with a certain degree of skepticism, with a certain lens. And so you have to wonder what took it so long, what are the treatments or editing that's happened over that period of time. Not speaking specifically to Charles, but just generally speaking, it goes with anybody. Primary sources are always the best sources when you're ranking sources. Just like, if you're thinking about the telephone game, right? By the time the message has been passed down 3 or 4 times, the likelihood of it being the exact same thing that it was when the first person started with it is significantly smaller. So same thing goes, I think, with photos after this much time has passed.
Yeah. I'm seeing comments that there were 200 people involved in the murder, that 70% of the crowd were plants. Somebody asks if Charlie could leave his kids behind if he is moved somewhere else as part of this fake thing. I think there's some question as to whether the kids are real, whether he's in Valhalla or in Israel or this, that, or the other. What are your thoughts on that? Could he leave behind his kids?
I'm not convinced that the children are even real. In full honesty, I've got a lot of questions on that, and I'm not trying to be rude to Erica. I've got a lot of questions. when it comes to her pregnancy. We've seen how comfortable. Look, she wanted to put herself on display with Charlie's hands at his casket, how did she not have a single pregnancy photo or video or a party or something like that? I mean, we're talking about pageant girls, and I know a lot of pageant girls. And that's just the reality. They love a photo op.
Yeah. Yeah. And, along with that, it might be the case that Charlie's got the kids and Erica's kind of, taking the business to another level. And that might be what's going on. It might be that the kids were never real and Charlie's out of the picture now. And Erica's kind of, got a couple props that she takes pictures of every now and then, or it's other people, who knows, right? But it's if somebody sees him playing poker in a bar, take a picture and we'll try to make sure it's not AI.
This is an interesting perspective. I think Erica Francevay is her real life, and Erica Kirk persona is work. Could be.
Mhm.
Could be.
Somebody mentioned
I hear that a lot. Could be.
Erica's assassin movie or recruitment video for this or that.
Oh man. Okay. It sounds like you guys are wanting a full-blown Erica episode. Maybe I can cook that up for you. Lord knows I've got enough content to do it, and I have enough opinions. I was talking about this stuff a long time before the gentlemen were comfortable talking about it. So, okay, let me say this too. As a single mom myself, a divorced mom, I remember in those when I have my kids, okay, even now, and it's been 6+ years, 6.5 years since my divorce was finalized. Like, I did not. I try to. I focus on my kids when they're with just me. I don't go gallivanting around the country, okay, during those times. And so it's really, really hard. But in those core days after UVU, it reminds me of when I had just completed my divorce, and in the sense I was devastated. I wanted nothing more than to be around my kids all the time. I wanted to just love on them, and that was for me. I was their only, they had another parent that they could go to if they would have been able to. In her case, in theory, those kids wouldn't have been able to go to, and my boys were the same age as her kids. So I don't know. Those were just such crucial bonding years it just does not add up to me as a mom. I know you can't speak to Eco. You can't speak to the mom part.
No,
Okay. We are almost to 4 hours, and I've kept you already.
just did a 5-hour one on Trigger. I feel.
I know, 5.5. I know. But
Kelly goes hard, and
I do. I'm tough. Let's see. Well, okay. I would like to do another, we'll tease, okay, to the episode of people getting to hear more about my dream on your Substack. But why don't you tell them about what it is what they can find on your Substack and the importance of dreams and all of that.
Wow. Okay.
That'd be the perfect place to wrap.
All right. Well, I would, first of all, if you have a dream about Charlie Kirk or anything related to the conspiracy, I'm going to just invite you to put it in the comment, and you can see all of the different dreams that people have been having. For me, I had been doing a dream book for a while and noticed that after this assassination, Charlie Kirk and the conspiracy was basically on my mind in the waking day, and unsurprisingly continuing into the sleeping night. And so one of the things that's really interesting about dreams is that they do so many different things, and we're not even sure kind of what they do. But they can solve problems, they can rehearse threats, they can simulate, scenarios. A lot of Nobel Prize winning, physicists or scientists have had their Nobel Prize winning work come from dreams. And it seems like that is because we're able to think in a different way that allows for these sort of weak connections that we wouldn't necessarily put together to sort of come together in our dreams. And so while they might solve these problems, if we don't remember them on waking, we can forget all of these solutions that we come up with. So people have done a lot of studies on dreams and applications of dreams, and seeing how dreams can be used in workplaces in order to make businesses more either effective or more profitable. I believe Osama bin Laden was talking about dreams along with his band of terrorists. And so dreams are used by terrorists as well to, either plan out certain things or to derive inspiration or credibility. In Christianity, in Judaism, in Islam, in Buddhism, there's all of these traditions with regards to dreams, and pivotal points in the history of these religions are also due to dreams at times. And so anyway, so this was, I became interested in dreams. I noticed that these dreams were solving problems in my life. When the Charlie Kirk thing happened, I got really interested in this and noticed that Charlie Kirk and all that stuff was coming into the dreams. And it was giving insight. It was giving background. It was rehearsing, possibilities. And it was also fun just to kind of see what was going on. And so, I don't know if anybody shares their dreams. I recommend it. But Kelly was nice enough to oblige me when I had her on the show to sort of share her dreams, how it was affecting her, and also having that be inspiration for continuing on different pathways. So that was kind of the idea. The Substack itself looks at some dream theories and theories when it comes to fairy tales and a little bit of politics. But anyway, it's just a fun place to dabble and put together a podcast that focuses on dreams, and then the ecological crime is just a way to explore the complexities that it takes to pull off a crime. So anyway, so that's a little bit about me. I'm trying to keep it relatively anonymous for the moment. But I really have appreciated all of the streamers, even if they are feds. I've really appreciated Kelly in particular as a non-fed streamer. And honestly, the most fun I've had is the anonymous accounts who are dropping tidbits in the comments on X, on YouTube, and it paints quite the picture. And honestly, I'm here for all of it, and no theory is off limits until it gets debunked by facts. So
Yeah.
really happy for that to take a shot.
This is awesome. Okay, so I want to pull up. Okay, while I'm pulling up, and we're gonna end it like in, we'll say in 6 minutes. Okay, we'll try. Okay. But there are some really good comments coming in about dreams. And so I thought if you guys would mind sharing a dream, if you have dreamed about the case, Charlie Kirk, any of the Candace, whatever. Okay. Feel free, drop a little bit of that. That'd be cool. And I'm going to read some of those comments out now. But in the meantime, Matt said, yes, if you have lingering thoughts on your mind, you can have them come into your dreams. I can testify to that. What triggers it mechanically? I am not too sure.
Yeah, that is a age-old question that can be answered by Tibetan sleep yogis or neuroscientists, and they all have different theories for sure. You know, what I see one comment on lucid dreaming, and for anybody who doesn't know, lucid dreaming is sort of when you can wake up in your own dreams and you can potentially control it to whatever degree. And oftentimes if you are walking around and sort of say, am I dreaming, and get into that habit, then that habit will continue into your sleep. So when you're sleeping, you have that habit of, am I dreaming? And then you can wake up in your dream. There are other options and techniques to do that, but I invite anybody who knows how to lucid dream to invite either Charlie or Erica or anybody, any one of these characters to let you in on the secret, and ask them some pointed questions that we didn't get into today, because our intuition is something powerful. There's a lot of what might be called pseudoscience, but some people could call it, different versions of woo when it comes to dreams. So people have claimed to predict the future. People have claimed to have a dream with another person who was also experiencing that dream, and then they confirmed. So there's a lot of weird stuff that happens with dream research, and so highly invite anybody to spark up a conversation with Charlie or somebody else, and ask all the questions we couldn't get to tonight.
Okay, so I'm going to try to rapid fire through some of these. Hold on. I'm going to, oh man, you guys are coming through with it. Okay. All right. I've starred a bunch of them. So I'm going to read them out. I'm going to read them out to you.
Love it.
And but
Yeah.
but I don't want you to go too deep into any of them.
No, I'll keep it to 10 seconds or less. Wasn't Wayne our biggest detractor? By the way?
Yes, that's why I had to start with that one to put it up on the stage, so that way we could see Wayne was, just coming around to our woosah hokey,
Yeah.
stuff.
Well, check what Jung was saying about all sorts of things we would not give him credit for. I'm sure there's some stuff going on over there.
Okay. This one, let's see, here we go. Hold on. There were so many of them. They all came through at once. Here we go. Okay. I had a dream about a month ago from Selena. I had a dream about a month ago, and I sat up straight in the bed and said, Charlie Kirk is the Antichrist.
That's an intense dream. I would be, curious to your relationship with Christianity for sure, and what that means to you. You know, these associations that we make. Charlie Kirk is the Antichrist, or I think I saw one about Blake in there. There are aha moments embedded in all of the associations that we make. And so teasing that out with questions is a really helpful way to go deeper into your own psyche, as well as the phenomena that's provoking that specific image. So
Okay.
cool.
Are you two trying to get trying to get the public to collectively dream conscious?
If you look up social dreaming, you can see kind of one technique where there's a whiteboard basically, and one person starts with their dream, and then another person does their dream, and you throw up all of these images onto this board, and then tease out what patterns you can see, and it is uncanny what comes up. A lot of shared themes, good way to bond, but also a good way to solve problems that require a different, a non-ordinary state of consciousness, let's say, to get there when we couldn't have gotten there a different way.
Nice. Not a dream, but inspiration to focus on the child trafficking aspect.
Yeah, well, that is, I think, a inspiration that has gripped the nation, if not the world, at this point. It's coming into Candace. It's coming into, through Epstein. It's coming in through all sorts of things, and there's a lot of trauma that we're all going through, that our parents went through, that they're and on, and so it's an operative during our waking life for sure. And so there are nightmares that we can confront. Sometimes it's easier when you are comfortable in your dreams, but yeah, I wish you all the good support on your investigation.
Nice. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Oh wait, there was Wayne again. Yes, I dream mostly basic dreams, sometimes big dreams. I sometimes have big dreams.
Kelly,
Sometimes
tell us. I think
I'll get into my dreams, okay, next time. I don't want
next
to
time?
Yes, this time is about the people, okay?
Okay.
I have some pretty elaborate dreams, and as you guys know, I spend a lot of time working on this case, and I have had dreams. Not only Charlie has spoken to me in a couple of dreams. He's hugged me actually in a couple of dreams, so that was interesting. I don't know if I Don't Give a Dom is still in here, but that's actually interesting that she brought up hug. And yeah, and then also some other creators have been in some dreams too. I think I actually had I had another elevator dream last night. So
I don't think people are gonna stand for that tease. I think they're gonna
no, I
ask you
have to
what it
leave it
is.
as a tease. We're keeping this about the people.
Okay, the people.
Anyway, yeah,
Well,
it's
hey,
about the
people,
people.
thank you for your dreams and sharing them here. it can definitely be it can definitely be personal, but what's really remarkable, I think, is how people respond to our dreams, even though they may not share anything. And so, for me, I had a dream last night into this morning that was, I think, a house that had a lot of trap doors and weird twists and turns, and didn't exactly know where I was going. There were four girls, I think, who were like moving into this house. And for me, I associated these girls with a different possibility for the case. You have a Fed slop version, you have a second gun version, you've got a non-gun version with electrocution and bombs, and then you've got this fourth version, which we're tackling here on the fake death theory. So that was a little dream right there, but sort of showed where my head's at. And there's a lot of there's options to pick, there's pathways to go, and we're all sort of in this crazy house together. So thanks for making it fun.
Oh, I got to go back to that other one in just a second, but I dreamt that Kelly texted me. There
Love
might
it.
be a lot of people, who've had that dream. What can I say?
Yeah, well, it's when you are spending hours and hours and hours of your life watching YouTube or your phone, chances are you will be dreaming of the people on YouTube that you're watching or whatever's going on.
Yeah, that's what did you say you didn't want to hear earlier? Plausible?
Plausible. It's plausible and consistent, and
Mhm.
it also goes to the question of, how do you want to spend your time? What do you want to dream about? Anybody can lucid dream, I believe. It's just about practicing, and oftentimes when we go to sleep, we're too tired to kind of have some intention, but it's possible. And I recommend 7 hours of sleep for everyone. So,
Well,
especially Kelly.
that's a distant goal for me. We're going to have to invent some extra hours in the day for that. So
Mhm.
I'll try. I'll aspire to that one of these days. Okay. George Richards said, name one physicist who received any information from a dream that led them to any discovery or anything leading up to a Nobel Prize science. Just name me one.
Yeah, I think this was a chemist, I think, but the dude who did the periodic table, I believe that came in a dream, and he actually forgot about that dream and then dreamed it again. So I think that was one. A guy who came up with the structure for benzene, I want to say, was another one. I think Einstein actually created a chair where he would like lean back when he was sort of dozing, and then it would sort of catch him, and he would sort of be thrown out of the dream, and could use those dreams to help him with his work. So that was another one, and that's because sort of when you're in between this dream state and waking state, and you're sort of dozing off or coming out of it, a lot of these epiphanies, or this is where I think a lot of these associations are kind of coming in that space, which I can't remember at the moment what it's called. Oh gosh. Anyway, but hopefully that can get you started. But yeah, look up Google Nobel Prizes and dreams, and I think actually the person who assassinated I think there was a bishop who predicted the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in a dream, and so there's been a lot. I think Abraham Lincoln had a precognitive dream about his own assassination. So anyway, you're welcome for falling asleep.
Yep. Okay, here's another one. Wait. David Parkinson invented an anti-aircraft targeting computer after having a dream about it.
Boom.
I don't know. Maybe,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Maybe, maybe you are a hypnotist.
Mhm.
Maybe this is exactly what you guys needed on a Sunday night. I don't know.
Get you ready for Dream World.
Let's see here.
Mhm. Thank you, Wayne.
Yes, of course. Oh, yes. Thank you for not being afraid to talk about child trafficking. Thank you, Laura. This tells me that you are serious and genuine. Let me tell you, I have a whole lot more stories about human trafficking in general that I can talk about without detouring this too much. I'm responsible for law changes in Texas, actually regarding sex trafficking survivors being able to transition back into sort of normal life and having their convictions that they received while being trafficked then vacated, which means like completely erased. It's not just like saying, oh, this didn't happen, but vacated means like it should have never, ever, ever happened to you. Anyway, I've done a ton of work on trafficking. So it is something that I am quite passionate about, and I do not mind saying out loud. So we can talk more about that in the future. There's a whole lot to me that y'all just haven't even had a chance to learn about yet. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, and we get it. Our interview gets into on the Substack gets into some of Candace's dreams and some of Charlie's dreams also. So it's important, I think, and Candace is going max on it, which on some level I love, and also we all dream, so don't let Candace's dreams take priority over your dreams, and see what yours are trying to say, because it's another way of talking to yourself.
All right, let me keep going, and we're gonna kind of try to power through. I know we're moving right along. But thank you guys so much for being here. It's so wonderful to think that we have this many people still just sticking with us. Okay.
And she said 6 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't help myself. Dreams are caused by the gut-brain communications as they resynchronize. Just saying, says him next door.
Yeah. I mean, the chemicals that are going on are, related to our body, they're related to our environment, they're related to the emotions that, our body has in relationship to the environment. And so if you are faced with a threat, if you are faced with anxiety, if you are faced with problems that are on your mind, you will go into sleep with those and will process it in a different way. So, there are ways to diagnose what's going on for you, both physically and emotionally, arguably. So, thanks for just saying.
Mm-hmm. Vindicti. Kurt kept showing up in my dreams, and I kept trying to ask him why he faked it. But he kept telling me he was too busy to talk.
Well, I appreciate that. Keep trying, and
we're counting on you. We are counting on you. You could be more hot on the trail than we are.
Oh, I like how George Richards says, "I'm pretty sure I'm in a nightmare right now."
Yep.
Take that
That
personally.
was coming next. Yep. I'm pretty sure I'm in a nightmare right now. And then also, it's solving my sleep issues instantaneously. Not just instantaneously.
I love it.
You're
Well,
so
maybe you can-
welcome. Let's see. I had a dream. Okay, aka Blondie,
We got
2020. I
we-
had a dream that Brian Harple was trying to get together a team of people that would do the same thing to Blake Bednar's. What he did to Charlie, he was meeting with people, talking about it. My goodness, that's terrifying. And then I saw another one. Okay, here we go. Also from Blondie. I don't know Blake or Brian, so it was weird. I've watched Kelly and Blake a lot. Maybe that's why I had that dream. I don't know. It was so intense, though it was weird. Wow, thank you for sharing, Blondie. My goodness. Yeah, go for it.
I mean, honestly, it's the person who has the most ability to interpret correctly is the dreamer themselves. But for me, I know certainly I've had dreams of people being assassinated, and in the last couple months, in particular. And I think for me, that's the way I'm putting it together is, we're focused on an assassination. And so this assassination is front and center. And when you're combining, assassination with the different people you're listening to right before you go to bed, you may be dreaming about an image that combines multiple things. And so this could be it, or maybe, it's who knows, right? Maybe it says something about you and Blake. Maybe it says something about anything, right?
Man, okay. Well, I will let Blake know so that way look, he already told me today. Weird thing, he already told me today he's been keeping his head on a swivel. That's the Texas talk we use. Keep that head on a swivel. Stay frosty. So I feel sure that he's doing that, but thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Blondie.
Yep, really appreciate you sharing that. And I just dropped, for those who were asking for it, my email, kelly@kellyraybon.com. If there's something that you would like to write out, please feel free to do so. That way I can make sure that I get to take a look at it. Also, please be sure to, if you're joining us from YouTube, be sure to like, subscribe, and turn on the notifications at Kelly Raybon, KELIRABON. And then also, it's the same name on X. There you can DM me. I don't know why they don't have that ability on YouTube yet. Hopefully, they'll add that. And then for Eco, would you please tell them your preferred methods of communication and following?
Sure. You can get on X and message me at Ecological Crime, or you can email Kelly. Sean can connect me.
And I'll pass it along.
And you pass it along. Or you can hang out with me on the Substack at Fairy Tales from Ecotopia, and I will talk with you about dreams and fairy tales until your heart's content.
Love it. Love it. Thank you so much, Gregory. This is the first time I've sent anyone a super chat. Yay! Ever in my life. I'm sending this to thank you for speaking slowly. Seriously, it's powerful.
Appreciate that, Gregory.
I was born this way. What can I say? and I'm extra tired. So, yes. Thank you very, very much. Let's see. We've got this one up from Matt. Interesting enough, I had a dream a little while back about an active shooter situation and one about murder in cold blood, not related to CK though. Some of the characters seemed connected to me, some did not. The cold blood one was very graphic. I've had some dreams like that. Yeah, and you'll actually hear more. I talked about, right? You guys talked about one of them that was kind of the reason why I first got into investigative reporting, I think, in our interview. That's
Well, good tease. You'll have to listen to it, everyone.
Yep.
And I'll also say that the majority of our dreams are typically anxiety riddled, and so that's kind of normal, and it's likely due to the amount of anxiety that we all have every day, and sort of normalizing or habituating that feeling of anxiety as we go to bed, thinking of the next day. It can, and depending, I don't know what Matt does for a living, but or what movies he watches, but again, being intentional about your sleep, I think, is really helpful. Even holding an image in your mind that is associated with a really good feeling as you go to sleep will then have all of the images and associations kind of crystallize around the core emotion that you've got. So if you are going to sleep with a lot of fear, that will call to mind images and memories and associations that are very connected to fear. And so again, what kind of dreams do you want to have is a good question. What kind of emotions can you cultivate is another question. That said, there's a group of people who love to lucid dream, love watching serial murders before they go to bed, and sort of love having their dreams be kind of a live action murder mystery themselves. So there's a whole lot of ways you can approach dreams.
Oof. Well, we have gone through a lot.
4
yeah.
hours and 20 minutes.
Yes, and there's still so much to. Wait, let's see. Okay, hold on. Interesting enough, the graphic one seemed to be related to not paying back a debt.
Yeah, I could see that provoking some feelings. I wanted to point out Chaba Don's comment, I can't sleep properly since 9:10. Yeah, I think a lot of people are probably like that as well. And not getting good sleep, whether that's because they're addicted to, the internet as this investigation is unfolding in real time, whether it's, other things that it's calling to mind. There's like, they weren't wrong when they said this was an attack on, the nation, right? If not the world. And it's an attack on all of our well-being. It's attack on our mental stability. And it is attack on, the processes of democracy and truth seeking. So that's why, to me, it feels very pertinent to kind of figure this out so that I'm not kind of, just being a non-playing character, that's being targeted by whoever. But trying to explore some of this stuff and making friends along the way. So I hope you get better sleep. Hopefully my voice did that for you.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, and then the character in the dream who met a tragic end.
I appreciate that. I want to point out this Midnight 3630 comment, which is, why do we care about Charlie Kirk? He hated women, LGBTQ in any form of autonomy. That to me is a critical question.
Do you know what time that's at so I can pull?
That's at 10:18 p.m.
Oh, okay.
I think a lot of people hated Charlie Kirk. I think a lot of people loved Charlie Kirk. I think Charlie Kirk had opinions and perspectives that were deeply problematic. I think Charlie Kirk's deeply problematic beliefs may have caused people to die in some indirect, roundabout way. None of that excuses, for me at least, murdering someone or faking that murder and then pinning it on the very people that he allegedly hated, right? And I'm sure he would say he didn't hate them. He wants them to sort of repent or whatever. But one, I think it's gripping the nation. Two, I think it's politically expedient and can be leveraged in ways that either further or resist that type of hatred. If it is a foreign government who really did kill Charlie Kirk, that's arguably reason to go to war. And there are a lot of laws being pushed, whether it's the Charlie Kirk Act that came sort of immediately following, whether it's, NSPM 7, whether it's, anything that's coming along the way. People are saying he was was going to be the president at some point. People are saying Erica Kirk should be the president. And so whether or not you hate him, whether or not you even think it's good that he's alive or dead, the story that surrounds this event is relevant, I think, to all of us in ways we don't even know yet. And so keeping that in mind is something I've chosen to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we are still all figuring things out. But I mean, we need to keep a whole lot of space for all that. And it's just generally not fair.
Yeah.
It's just not fair.
A lot of people think it's not fair he was taken. A lot of people think it's, not fair what was done. It's and not to
but
say
it's not fair if Tyler is an innocent person. It's not fair that his life is on the line.
Mhm.
There's a whole lot of not fair going on. So
yeah, and it won't be fair in 40 years when they use this case to argue some point that was meant to be put in this case to do just that, right?
exactly.
So let's figure out what's going on and maybe elect people who actually represent us, or whatever the alternative to that is.
Let's see if we have got. Yeah, for me, it's not about what he thought or said. It's about who and why they did it to him. And I think that's a great way of looking at it.
Yeah, and if you are one of the people who feel as if he is a piece of shit for what he stood for, what he believed, that's all legitimate. But for you to voice that and think that as well, I think is not deserving of death. And people are I think trying to create on some level conflict and civil war and get left versus right and right versus left and tear down these institutions that have been discredited, in a planned way. And all of that is legit. But I think we don't want people to be shot to death. Period. And what does it take to dream that world into existence? I think it takes conversations like this and faithfully representing a anti-Charlie or pro-Charlie position. So thanks for sharing your voice.
Have anything else? Okay. The whole 33 hours that was specifically stated by Cash was definitely a message. And now every single time I look at the clock, it's 33 minutes after the hour. It doesn't matter what time of the day it is.
I love it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody in the chat can maybe do this, but I actually thought from the time Tyler walked onto campus at I forget the time, to the time he took the shot was 33 minutes also. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, lots of symbolism. The inscriptions on the bullets were absurd. There appears to be a lot of inscriptions on bullets these days, engravings or what have you, with Mangione and then the Dallas shooter, and all of these I think are worth double checking to see if the videos look right, if the story checks out, and all that stuff. Dreams are not admissible as evidence, so I think that is probably true. However, they can get you to the evidence potentially that is admissible, so keep that in mind.
That's okay. Let's see. Did we? Oh, let's see if I can pull this one up. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Puko's Porch, thank you for the super chat. I was just researching President Lincoln and his dreams. I'll have to watch from the beginning. Thank you for your work. Well, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. I don't know much about President Lincoln's dreams, but we will have to talk about in the future the other conspiracy about John Wilkes Booth. I have a whole other investigation about John Wilkes Booth that I did back, oh gosh, a long time ago when I worked in Memphis, Tennessee. And yeah, if John Wilkes Booth actually was not killed at, was it Garrett's farm, and went on to live a life of many identities. So we'll leave that one hanging for another time. It's a fun story.
Nice.
Let's see. Oh, somebody said, holy crap, 33 minutes on the hour here at the time of that. Oh my goodness. What are the chances? Jeez, you guys, I did not do that on purpose. I was literally in another tab trying to fix something with my stream. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we got a whole lot of synchronicities in here.
Yes. Wow. Okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah. To watch that. I saw where you might not have lived. Okay. Well, you guys, this has been so much fun. Oh, Sassafras says we're gonna notice it forever now. But yeah. That's great. It's been so much fun. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eco, for 4.5 hours of your life and then some, and all of the knowledge and wisdom that you have shared with our audience. We really, really, really appreciate it. And this has been a blast. And you guys, this is just the beginning. We clearly have a whole lot to talk about.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna do one last plug. If you want Kelly to solve this mystery, please, please, please put a super chat in the or do a super chat. I think we have probably paid for your maybe one tank of gas or two along the way. So we'll be there in no time. And yeah, thanks so much for everybody. Thanks for your dreams. Thanks for sharing all of your wisdom, and look forward to seeing all of you online, or maybe one day in person.
Yep. Keep the theories coming. Keep the comments coming. Be sure that you are subscribed to each of us. Put those notifications on so you don't miss a thing. Sometimes, I just go live at the drop of a hat. Sometimes it's, I'm setting it up hours or days in advance. So you don't want to miss a thing. But thank you guys so much for being here. We truly appreciate it. Let's just keep plugging along one day at a time, and have a great night and a great start to your week.